Hey guys, tonight we're creeping into a place where pressed flowers hold louder secrets than your group chat. You stand at the entrance of the Cloister Herbarium, a Victorian time capsule choking on pollen and patience. Sunlight slants through warped glass, each beam crowded with dust motes dancing like atoms in a snow globe. Your hand grazes a fern under glass. Its fronds crackle like ancient papyrus. The door hisses shut behind you, its echo dissolving into leaf shadows that lick the walls. Let's get real. You've binge-watched enough survival shows to know this isn't the jungle. But here's your reality check. Breathing this much history might actually choke you. Those fancy pressed pansies could be laced with arsenic. Victorian botanists loved their toxic preservation methods, like a Pinterest fail with deadly consequences. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your location and local time below. Tell me if you're sipping coffee in Toronto or nursing insomnia in Jakarta. Now dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You inch forward, the floorboards groan like arthritic knees. Your shadow stretches 10 feet tall, a wavering Rorschach test of anxiety. Glass cases line the walls, each one a diorama of botanical extinction. A label catches your eye, Polystichum craspitosorum, gathered 1897. Mainstream fact, incoming, that's a fern collected during Britain's empire-gathering spree. Plants were trophies back then, proof you could steal flora and dignity from a colony. Dust coats your tongue sweet-rotten, like a library book dipped in syrup. Lean closer to the fern. Its veins fork like lightning, each branch a map to some long-dead storm. Fun fringe alert. Rumor says one specimen here was smuggled inside a diplomat's hat, tipped with arrow poison. Talk about deadly headwear. Historians still argue whether those stains are rust or dried blood from a very motivated botanist. Your sleeve knocks a drawer, it screeches open, vomiting the scent of mothballs and nostalgia. Inside, brittle lavender stems tied with hair-thin string. Their purples faded to cadaver gray. You half expect a jump scare, maybe a bat or your ex's ghost. Instead, a breeze slithers through, pages flutter in unseen books. The room's breathing, or maybe you're just oxygen-starved from all the existential dread. Fingertips hover over a cluster of oak leaves, preserved so perfectly, their edges could slice your thumb. But don't. These aren't your kindergarten crayon rubbings. Touch one, and the caretaker might materialize, a gaunt figure with a ledger and a grudge. Let's not wake the ambience. Sunlight shifts, the dust now spins counterclockwise. Your reflection glitches in the glass, a warped stranger wearing your face. Ever notice how old buildings turn you into a funhouse version of yourself? Cheaper than therapy. A desk crouches in the corner, its wood gnawed by beetles or boredom. On it, a magnifying glass fogged with age. You squint through it, fern's cells blur into stained glass mosaics. Science meets art if both were tipsy on absinthe. The Victorians loved their dual-purpose tools. Magnify a leaf at noon. Read cryptic love notes by moonlight. A cabinet winds open on its own classic horror movie etiquette. Inside, rows of seed pods labeled in spidery cursive, ones marked suspected of inducing prophetic dreams, unconfirmed. You smirk. Bet someone's ancestor huffed this in 1872 and called it experimental theology. Your shoe grinds grit into the floor. The sound echoes like a gunshot. Pause. Listen. The herbarium exhales, a sigh that reeks of peat and forgotten birthdays. Even your heartbeat too loud here. Fun fact, silence this dense could smother a scream before it leaves your lungs. Light trickles through a cracked skylight, gold pooling around your feet. You're standing in a sundial shadow. Time's a joke here, clocks. Overrated. The fern under glass died before your great-grandma learned to wink. Yet here it sits, still demanding your attention. Something crunches underfoot. You freeze. A petal crumbled to powder. Guilt pricks your neck. Congratulations. You just murdered a daisy from the Crimean War. Historians still argue whether that's cultural vandalism or aggressive composting. The air thickens, sweat beads on your nape. That's not panic. Probably. Herbaria dehydrate specimens, not humans, but your throat's a desert. Where's the exit? Turn. The doors vanished behind a veil of pressed ivy. Just kidding. It's right there, but wouldn't a little existential claustrophobia spice things up? A drawer slams. Your shoulders hike to your ears. Relax. It's just the building settling, or a poltergeist who really hates taxonomy. Breathe in, decay, oak moss, the ghost of rosewater. Breathe out, cortisol and poor life choices. Your phone buzzes, a vibration that could wake a Tudor monarch. You silence it. Instagram can't help you now, unless someone's posting a tutorial on surviving sentient herbariums. Doubtful. Lightning fractures the sky for a second. Every leaf silhouette becomes a claw. Rain punches the roof, drumbeats synced to your pulse. The room darkens. You're not scared, just respectful of atmospheric storytelling. A label trembles on its pin. Aconitum napellus, 1901. Wolfsbane, poisonous enough to drop a horse. Its petals glisten, still dewy. Impossible. Must be condensation, or the plant's last act of psychological warfare. You pivot, your elbow smacks a shelf. A jar wobbles, heart stops. Jar steadies, heart restarts. Inside floats a lotus blossom, its petals splayed like a dissected lung. The water's murky, swirling with sediment that might be algae, might be souls. Who's to say? A clock chimes somewhere deep, sonorous, 5 times, except there's no clock here. Just a vibration in your ribs, a primal rhythm older than the floorboards. 5 p.m., or 5 centuries ago. Tick-tock. Your fingers graze a scrap of paper hidden beneath a tray of moss. Unfold it. Faded ink reads. beware that the rest is not off. Cool. Nothing soothes nerves like a partial warning from the 1920s. A shadow flickers too fast to name. You spin. Nothing but swaying bell jars and your own paranoia. Let's call it a moth. A very large, sentient moth. Totally normal. The first fern catches your eye again, its glass smudged with fingerprints. Yours, or the ghost of some intern who died mid-cataloging. Either way, it's judgmental. You step back, heels clicking like castanets. Wind shrieks through a cracked pane, a dissonant lullaby. The room's breathing quickens. Your cue to exit if existential dread had a curtain call. One last glance. The herbarium watches its specimens leaning inward as you retreat. The door groans open, sweet, mold-tinged air rushes in. You're back in the real world, or whatever passes for it. Behind you, glass rattles. A dried petal drifts to the floor, its descent slower than gravity allows. But that's a problem for Section 2. The door's groan fades behind you, its weight sealing the world beyond cracked oak and iron. Above, dried lavender bundles dangle from blackened rafters, scented clouds caught mid-float. Their purple has bled to gray, time leaching pigment like tea from a forgotten bag. You reach up, dust sifts from stems, a phantom rain of pollen and memory. Fun fact, the Romans stuffed their bathhouses with lavender, called it lavandarius, from laver, to wash. Imagine senators sweating out wine vapors, scrubbing with rough sponges, soaked in oil and arrogance. You catch a whiff, musky sweetness sharp as gossip, and hold it. Centuries collapse. Suddenly you're a mosaic tile in some imperial steam room. The breeze stirs, not wind, but the room itself exhaling. Papery petals detach, spiraling like confetti from a ghostly wedding. One lands on your sleeve, fragile as a moth's wing. Lean close. Its veins map valleys dried to bone. Historians still argue whether medieval monks spiked their ink with lavender oil to keep mice from nibbling psalms. You almost wish they had. Imagine some glowing-eyed rodent tripping on terpenes, scurrying circles in a psalm-powered haze. A cobweb glints between bouquets, its architect long dust. You pivot. A dried stem snaps underfoot. The sound cracks the silence open, a pistol shot in a library. Freeze. Wait for some sour-faced herbarium ghost to materialize. Nothing comes. Just the lavender's sigh, louder now, a chorus of tiny voices. They murmur about forgotten rustics, hanging herbs to ward off plague, or maybe witches. Quirky bit, Victorian mediums claimed crushing lavender summoned spirits. You half expect some corseted phantom to demand a seance or a biscuit. Your shadow stretches a smudge on the floorboards. 3 steps forward, the scent thickens, coating your tongue like herbal honey. Reach for a bundle. Its stems crumble at the touch. A petal drifts into your palm, weightless as a promise. Blow, it vanishes into the gloom. Someone once told you lavender survives drought, roots drilling deep for hidden water. You wonder what thirst these stems endured, what droughts they outlived before surrender. A label dangles, faded ink, spells Lavandula angustifolia, harvested midsummer, 1893. Think that's older than your great-grandma's porcelain doll collection. The paper crisps at the edges, history's slow burn. Turn it over a smudged signature, maybe the head gardener's, or a lovesick botanist's last confession. The room tilts, air heavy with memory and decay. You steady yourself, palms flat on a work table pocked by forgotten knives. Somewhere a mouse scritches. Or is it petals grazing stone? Listen, the lavender hushes, its scent now a lullaby. You breathe in, lungs filling with ghostly gardens, with Roman steam and Victorian seances. Breathe out, the modern world feels distant. A TV left, murmuring in another room. The last petal falls, no fanfare, just a quiet exit. You linger, knowing these scents will cling to your clothes, haunt your pillow, whisper of time's slow unraveling. Your palm glides over oak roots, fossilized in parchment, each twist a relic of stubborn growth. Candle wax puddles gold across the desk, light licks at Latin labels too faded to parse. Squint Quercus robber glimmers, the common English oak. Its roots sprawl like cracked lightning, a defiance of margins and mortality. Fun fact, Druids held oak groves sacred. They brewed mistletoe-infused potions under full moons, allegedly. Try not to picture robed figures chanting to tree spirits. Your student loans feel judge why enough. The roots vein outward, splitting into tributaries nameless as buried rivers. One branch curls inward, a century-old question mark. Historians still argue whether knights used knotty root patterns as trail maps or just got creatively lost. You trace a groove, your nail snags on bark's ghost. A drawer squeals open, revealing acorns preserved in cloudy resin. They're smoother than your dating life, each cap a tiny cuirass. The label claims they're from Windsor Great Park, 1836. Quick math, that's older than the concept of brunch. Lift one, its weight surprises, a paperweight for forgotten ledgers. Legend says a single acorn survived the Great Fire of London, planted by a squirrel with impeccable timing. You almost believe it. Candlelight swims across the roots, now gold, now bruised purple. Shadows gather where the parchment buckles, terrain rising in miniature. You lean in spots a scar where the oak fought a plowshare, or maybe a lover's initials. Time renders all wounds abstract. The Victorians used oak gall ink for love letters, iron salts, and wasp bile, binding words to paper. Imagine proposing with thanks to parasitic insects. My dear, your eyes are tan and dark. Your thumb finds a knot, the epicenter of some arboreal earthquake. Tree rings whisper age, but roots hide their years like mob accountants. The air tastes of aged paper and candle smoke, ancient photosynthesis turned to perfume. Breath too loud here, like you're the first disturbance in decades. Crunch, a debris field of dead beetles, litters the drawer's corner. Their shells gleam, iridescent as oil slicks. The main root forks, one path leading to a stain shaped like Italy, or a badly drawn wombat. Debate it. Countries are just stains with pretensions. A faded note curls at the corner obst. Lunar eclipse, April 12, 1901. Someone waited here quill in hand to record celestial shadows, while roots drank moonlight. You inhale vanilla and rot the scent of patience, outliving its purpose. Wick sputters the candles down to its final act. Shadows climb the walls, clawed hands reaching for the skylight. The oak's oldest root seems to throb, a dormant pulse under your fingertips. Historians still argue whether medieval mapmakers really believed forests were lungs of the earth. Let them squabble, your lungs fill with cellulose and candle grease anyway. Light blinks out, smoke tendrils rise, a ghostly 2 a.m. text. The skylight grays dawn elbowing through clouds. Outside, somewhere cars honk, but here roots keep rewriting their epic. Your hand lingers, inked by centuries. You'll carry the stain, a temporary tattoo from a tree who never learned to quit. The quill lies split, its nib, a forked tongue frozen mid-incantation. Vials huddle nearby. Saffron blooms inside like powdered suns, captured in wartime. Your sleeve grazes one, golden motes swirl, settling onto a recipe scrawled in shaky Coptic. Vinegar and rosewater prickle your sinuses, a nosebleed of nostalgia. Fun fact, medieval perfumers used vinegar to fix scents. They douse roses in acid. Romance requires brutality. A ledger lists expenses: 3 goats for frankincense, 7 hens for myrrh. Below that, a doodle of a lion with antlers. Scholars still argue whether alchemical manuscripts hid comic relief or psychosis. You prod a saffron vial. Its label claims Minoan origin. Doubtful, but your student loans aren't picky about provenance. The desk tilts. A hidden drawer exhales camphor and regret. Inside, a thimble-sized scale, its brass pans verdigris screen. Legend says Nostradamus weighed mouse hearts here, searching for omens in ventricles. You balance a saffron thread against a dead moth. Justice served. Your thumb smears the recipe's edge, aqua fortis, and crushed pearl. Acid plus calcium equals party. The quill trembles in your grip, might have once penned a pope's love letters or grocery lists. Dearest Lucia, please stop borrowing my alembic for stews. Someone's lashes left charcoal streaks on the parchment. Maybe an apprentice napping mid-transmutation. A coffee stain blooms over the word immortality, brewed irony. Historians still debate if alchemists truly sought gold or just better cocktail recipes. Sunlight fingers the saffron vials. They blaze like ingots. You unscrew one, centuries collapse into a sneeze. Your sinuses burn heroic. Tears map your cheeks like tributaries. Somewhere, a crusader wept over this harvest. The ledger's last page lists debts unpaid, 10 silver pieces to a M. Faraday, too early for electricity. Probably another Marcel with a grudge. A cinnamon stick crumbles in its jar, the scent accusing. You pocket the moth, No one's mourning that collateral. The quill snags your sleeve, begging for a postscript. Dip it in shadow, scratch a footnote to the recipe. Add honey, burn after reading. Wax seeps into the drawer's join, sealing mute apologies. Your lungs ache, part saffron, part spectral ambition. Outside, birds squabble over crumbs, their alchemy simpler. Turn flour into eggs, eggs into flight. The scale tips, moth ascends. You leave the quill askew, its shadow a sundial on the recipe's grave. Let the next scholar weep over paprika and prophecy. Lunch can't wait, and immortality smells suspiciously like takeout. Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into the oldest plant archive in Europe, a labyrinth of pressed dreams and fossilized sunlight. Imagine cracked leather folios whispering secrets, but don't get too comfy yet. Statistically, 1 in 3 viewers nods off before the first aspidistra appears. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your nearest city and current time. Phoenix at 11 p.m. looks different from Mumbai at 9 a.m. Trust me. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your footsteps echo on worn limestone. The brass handle burns cold beneath your palm. Rusty hinges screech, a century's worth of complaints, as daylight leaks through the door. Glass cases shimmer ahead, each one holding flowers flatter than your last failed sourdough attempt. Crushed lavender stains the air purple, a scent so thick you could stir it with a spoon. Did you know 12th century monks used pressed flowers as medical blueprints? Each petal mapped to a human vein system, or so claimed Hildegard of Bingen. They'd slip wolfsbane between pages to tame nightmares. Probably why this wing smells like expired toothpaste. Historians still argue whether these herbariums documented God's bounty, or just medieval stoner journals. A fractured sunbeam cuts through high windows, lit particles swirling like lazy fireflies. Your shadow stretches across a label written in Gothic script. Rosa Gallica officinalis, 1247 AD. The ink bleeds at the edges, as if the rose itself protested being archived. You lean closer, the glass fogs with your breath, and notice a hairline crack. 5 centuries of preservation, undone by some intern's elbow in 1993. Bend down, closer. Those crimson petals aren't red anymore. Time has leached them to ghostly maroon. But here's the kicker. Conservators found cocaine residue on a thistle specimen from 1602. Turns out Renaissance botanists weren't just sketching daisies. A draft sneaks through the door. It carries the tang of iron gall ink and something earthier. Your fingers brush the nearest case, frosted glass smooth as a tombstone. 3 bees lie pinned beside a sprig of thyme, their legs still flecked with pollen. Worker bees sleep an average of 5 hours a day. These ones took the forever nap. Floorboards creak a warning as you pass into the next aisle. Shelves bow under herbals bound in what might have been goat skin, or maybe just really committed vegans. One title winks at you in flaking gold. Decipher Botanica, the chapter on poppy milk, reads like a lullaby written in Latin. Watch your step. That uneven tile nearly sent a bishop's fern collection airborne in 1821. True story, the floor dips toward a drain clogged with oak leaves and ambition. Moonlight pools around a wooden stool, its legs chewed by termites wearing tiny scholar's robes. You pivot toward a display of willow bark strips, nature's original aspirin. A handwritten note flutters underneath. For Sister Marguerite's knee, but not before vespers. Medieval physic, humor dry as the mummy powder they sprinkled in tea. Speaking of which, that glass vial by the quill, 19th century archaeologists thought it held holy water. Later tests revealed chamomile-infused gin. A moth drifts past, its wings whisper secrets against your ear. Follow its zigzag path toward a cabinet labeled Nox Flora. Inside, night-blooming cereus petals pressed between sheets of nun-made parchment. They glimmer faintly, like they're still trying to outshine the moon. Your eyelids grow heavier. Could be the lavender, or the fact that breathing here feels like inhaling a lullaby. That cracked sundial in the courtyard, it's wrong, but in the best way, eternally stuck at half past tranquility. The door groans behind you, a final sigh as it clicks shut. Dust motes settle in your hair like stubborn stardust. Somewhere beyond these walls, a bell tower counts hours nobody here bothers to hear. The threshold welcomes you with time-scented air. Dried bundles sway like inverted forests. Above, cracked floor tiles radiate memories of winter frosts, their edges softened by centuries of shuffling sandals. A stained glass butterfly spreads wings across your path, indigo light painting your shoes cobalt. Experts think medieval monks added crushed beetle wings to their pigments, nature borrowed for holy art. Your fingertips brush a ledger's open page, brown ink spelling salvia officinalis in slanted script. Water droplets plink somewhere ahead, each note pooling in your ears. The rhythm matches your breath now, your chest rising as a drip falls. Historians still argue whether cloisters grew sage for fevers or salvation, science and prayer tangled in the soil. Motes swirl where sunlight slices through iron grills. You count 19 dust specks caught mid-fall. A forgotten quill lies beside an inkwell, its nib split like a serpent's tongue. You smell rain-soaked wool here, some novice's cloak abandoned mid-task centuries ago. Beneath, a warped shelf, mouse-nibbled cork spills from a vial labeled DREAMWRT. Caution, the breeze returns, carrying whispers of hyssop, and a sneeze you stifle too late. 3 scrolls roll sideways on their rack, their parchment edges curling like stale biscuits. Your shadow merges with the butterflies, a 4-winged creature dappling the wall. They say King Henry VII's herbalists smuggled verbena roots here. After dissolving the monasteries, history's thieves, grafting new life onto old. You step over a fissure in the tiles, a hairline crack filled with centuries of grit. 2 drops land on your neck, coolness seeping into your collar. Craning upward, you trace rusty chains, suspending a birdcage full of dried poppy heads. Its latch hangs open, seeds long since scattered into cracks and cassocks. A moth grazes your ear, wings whispering secrets in a frequency just beyond hearing. You pivot toward a slate plaque wedged between texts. Hic est, somnium etched beneath a dove. The air thickens, honey and mildew wrestling for dominance. Someone scratched a game board into the floor here, 9 squares worn smooth by sheep knuckle bones. 1 droplet lands on your wrist. You watch it quiver before sliding into your sleeve. Your pulse echoes the water's metronome, panic soothed by ancient hydraulic engineering. That ceiling leak has dripped for 94 years, according to the caretaker's wine-stained ledger. A cough blooms in your throat. You muffle it against wool-clad forearm. The sound bounces off oak beams, returning as a tired chuckle from the rafters. 14 cobwebs swing in tandem, their silk cargoes glinting like stolen silver. The stained glass butterfly trembles, sunlight shifting to pierce through ruby thorax. You find a pewter teaspoon tucked behind a jar of shriveled berries, its bowl stained indigo. Turning it sideways, you catch the window's fractal light, a tiny kaleidoscope of saints and hens. Monks once believed swallowing thyme oil warded off nightmares and possibly bad dates. Your heel grinds a poppy seed into dust, the pop unheard, but felt in your molars. The drip sequence changes, 2 quick, 3 slow, as wind nudges puddles on the roof. Your shoulders drop, your tongue finds the gap between back teeth. Your eyes track a spider descending toward the ledger's open page. Breath steadies, drips slow, shadows stretch. Somewhere behind you, hinges creak, a drowsy warning, but you're already stepping onto the next tile, its surface warmer than the rest. Your soles sink into moss-cushioned tiles, each step releasing a whisper of peat and crushed pennyroyal. 17 scrolls tumble from a leaning rack, their parchment unfurling like cats stretching in sunlight. Someone's abandoned teacup steams on an alembic-stained table, its bergamot scent clashing with the room's earthy musk. A mouse peeks from behind a jar labeled Silphim, its whiskers twitching at the china's gilded rim. You half expect the little thief to sip daintily, maybe critique the brew's mouthfeel. 300 years ago, cloisters laid moss floors to muffle midnight footsteps, medieval noise-canceling tech. The greenery squelches underfoot as you bend to inspect the cup's interior. Dregs swirl into a galaxy of tannin stars. Wind sneaks through a high window, parchment flaps like moth wings against your shins. A sketch of silver-leafed sage floats free, its edges nibbled into lace by silverfish dentists. Historians still debate whether these scrolls held herbal cures or encrypted gossip about which monk snored loudest. Your thumb smudges a margin note, beware the root that dreams, as shadows shift across inked constellations. The teacup rattles not from breeze, but vibrations in the warped oak shelves. You press an ear to wood grain, detect the faint scritch of bookworms penning their memoirs. Light slants through bottle glass windows, projecting emerald pools that quiver like startled jellies. A drop of resin plops into the cups, remains, amber swallowing the last liquid like a ravenous hourglass. Your elbow brushes a dangling cord, 16 dried chilies sway, their papery skins murmuring secrets. Monks once hung peppers to repel demons, or maybe just to spice up gruel. Beneath the table, your toe nudges a sheep's jawbone molars worn smooth from grinding spelt. Its hollow center cradles peach pits, tiny caretakers keeping vigil over calcium and calcium. That mouse returns, bold now, skittering across your boot to sniff a crumb of petrified honeycomb. Its nose wrinkles at the smell of fermented thyme oil seeping from a cracked demijohn. You spot a ledger entry, IX Strigs repelled via juniper smoke and stern lectures. Payroll records show someone got overtime. Motes swirl where your breath disturbs the air. You track one down, until your vision blurs. The walls exhale damp plaster and ginger root, a scent that sharpens then softens like tide against shore. Beneath layers of grime, frescoed saints tend invisible gardens, their pruning shears poised mid-snip. One robed figure's eyes follow you, probably judging your posture. The mouse sneezes, an echo answers from the rafters. 3 feathers spiral down barred owl patterns, ghosting the floorboards. Your shoulders tense, then relax, as you realize the hunter's been taxidermied above the spice cabinet. Its glass eyes reflect your face, merged with Saint Fiacre's mossy beard in the fresco behind. Heat pulses from a vent in the floor, Roman hypocausts still warming stones beneath your feet. You kneel, pressing palms to moss, detect the faintest murmur of flames in ancient tunnels. 17 heartbeats pass before you stand, knees imprinted with tile patterns resembling sleeping stags. A scroll brushes your ankle, unrolling to reveal a recipe for sixth sense syrup using bat's ear and rosemary. Measurements blur where wine was spilled, perhaps during quality testing. The ink shifts under your gaze, letters rearranging into a grocery list. Hemp socks, quince jam, comet tail, optional. That teacup's resin now hardening, you pocket it reluctantly, a paperweight for dreams, yet unsquashed. Wind dies mid-whistle, leaving your ears ringing with the sudden silence of held breaths. Even the mouse freezes, a furry comma in some massive, unwritten sentence. Your next step crumbles a mosaic tile, revealing crab shells mortared beneath. They smell of tidal flats and 5th century masonry. 4 coins glint in the cavity, Visigothic silver, blackened by centuries of trapped humidity. One bears the face of a queen who outlawed pillows, claiming they bred lazy thoughts. A draft lifts your hair, carrying the green laugh of unseen wind chimes. You pivot toward a dangling string of shark vertebrae, their hollow centers humming with stolen breezes. Touch one, feel the vibration travel up your arm, a marine lullaby from some monk's seaside holiday. The mouse darts off, returning with a sunflower seed bigger than its head. There's a story here about Reformation-era contraband snacks. But your eyelids weigh more than the coin in your palm. 3 sneezes pile up in your sinuses, each louder than the last. An archway beckons, frame carved with grapevines that loop like cursive sleep. Your hand grazes stone, expects cold, finds it humming with midday suns stored since terse prayers. In the threshold, a single ant carries a daisy petal twice its size, Hercules with floral cape. You glance back, the teacup's gone. Only a ring on the table spectral hosts, way of saying move along. Leather-bound spines press close as oak shelves bow inward, like ribs guarding some slumbering beast's heart. Your sleeve grazes a folio titled to somnize. Its cover exhales chamomile and clove straight into your sinuses. 16th century bookbinders mashed herbs into glue, medieval air freshener masking mildew and mouse piss. The odor shifts as you walk rosemary near the salve recipes, myrrh cloaking pages about embalming. You tug a volume from its prison. The spine creaks, less a protest than a yawn. Inside, handwritten cures bleed through vellum, forest wandering sickness. Apply frog spawn poultice to souls and recite psalms backward. Marginal doodles show monks riding giant shrews. Someone's bored during matins. A pressed pansy flakes onto your thumb, its purple faded to the gray of forgotten birthdays. Heat pulses from the shelves, warmer, where titles discuss fever remedies. You lean closer, detect the faint tang of lead ink seeping through centuries. Each chapter breathes differently, agricultural manuals, sighing damp loam bestiaries, exhaling muskox musk. Historians still argue whether scribes scent-marked texts intentionally or just reused dinner trays as book presses. Your hip bumps a shelf, 12 tomes shudder in unison. A loose page spirals down land in your palm like an offered relic. Take ye 1 part henbane, it orders, 2 parts honey, and stir counterclockwise beneath a waning moon. A rust stain pools where the inkwell tipped, betraying the apprentice's trembling hand. At the bottom, cramped script adds, P.S. Avoid Archbishop's tonic, tastes like gull bile and regret. Light filters through onion skin pages. The word lavandula glows amber above a spidery sketch. You trace the letters, gold leaf sticks, to your fingerprint ridges. 700 years ago, some sleep-deprived monk gilded this, his quill chasing dawn through a haze of incense smoke. The illustration shimmers, its lavender stalks bending toward your pulse points as if thirsty. A sudden chill creeps your nape. You turn, find nothing but shadows pooling thicker between shelves. Yet the air tastes different here, metallic, electric, like licking a church bell at midnight. Pages riffle without wind, their collective whisper, forming a word your spine hears as closer. 3 steps back, your heel crushes a desiccated beetle. Its iridescent shell crackles, a crunchy footnote to some entomologists' snack break. Nearby, a codex bound in suspiciously smooth leather glistens. Touch it, the surface feels warm. Fringe archivists swear certain monasteries used human skin for grimoires. But let's assume it's just really supple calf. Dust motes swirl where sunlight pierces a high window, each speck a dizzying planet in some miniature cosmos. You blink, focus, spot a thumbprint smudging a 1493 pharmacopoeia. The offender left clues, wine stains on the sedative's chapter, a Kardashian-worthy contour of lips on page 79. A draft sneaks past, pages flutter in sequence from left to right like dominoes falling. The cascade stops at an open atlas showing Atlantis beside Timbuktu. Ocean currents swirl in faded blue, their paths dotted with sea monsters nibbling shipwrecks. You press a palm to the map, feel phantom waves tugging your lifeline. Something clunks above. 3 petals drift down, dried jasmine from a book wedged between rafters. The tome's title hides, but you catch the word's nocturnal humors before it shifts deeper into shadows. Your neck prickles not from fear, but the weight of 12 generations staring down from dust-coated balconies. You inhale deeply, the scent profile changes again. Vanilla, orris root, and something fungal festering behind the rot treatment's alcove. A folio on sleep paralysis lies ajar. Its woodcut illustration shows a hag perched on a sleeper's chest. Her face looks suspiciously like your 3rd grade math teacher. Footprints dent the dust ahead, narrow heels, ponytail dragging through grime. They loop into a spiral before vanishing at a shelf labeled Wonera Critica. The books here lack titles, their spines etched with zodiac signs and poorly drawn hedgehogs. One volume emits a low hum, its pages vibrating against your palm like a beehive in winter. You pry it open. Every margin swarms with doodled eyes, some winking, others bloodshot. The text swims, Old French and Latin blurring into modern English like a drunk teleprompter. To see through dreams, it slurs steep mistletoe in a widow's tears and drink beneath a dogwood tree. A coffee ring obscures the dosage instructions. Caffeine and necromancy make uneven bedfellows. A shadow stretches across the page, too elongated for the shelves. You snap the book shut, spot an hourglass embedded in the wall. Its cobalt sand has stalled mid-fall grains, suspended like dancers mid-leap. Someone scrawled no refunds beneath it, centuries-old customer service humor. Your elbow grazes a dangling string. 9 brass bells chime somewhere in the rafters. Their sound liquefies, drips onto your scalp like warm wax. Pop quiz. Monastic libraries hung bells to deter thieves or summon bats. Trick question, they doubled as dinner gongs. A moth flits past, wings dusting your cheek with tarnished silver. You pivot, suddenly nose to spine, with the cult of Morpheus. The covers embossed with poppy pods, their indentations cradle your thumbnail like tiny hammocks. Pages part at the dozing oracles chapter, creepy bedtime stories about priests napping on graves to harvest corpse wisdom. Another coffee stain. These guys really needed decaf. Sun slants lower, gilding motes into fireflies. Volumes on lunar botany begin to glow, their watered silk pages radiating foxfire green. You skim a passage on night blooming Sirius, its flowers only unfurling for insomniacs and owls. Behind you, something rustles, pages turning. But when you look, every book sits obediently shut. A sneeze builds, you muffle it in your elbow. The echo skitters through the stacks, returning as a chorus of phantom, a chews from the 1300s. Floorboards creak underfoot. Or is it the shelves exhaling? Your watch says you've been here 8 minutes. The room insists it's been 80 years. Touch the back wall. It pulses faintly. A slow, vegetative rhythm syncopating with your breath. Lichen crawls through mortar cracks, spelling brands you can't decode. One patch resembles a winged ear, another a serpent swallowing its own yawn. Retrace your steps. The lavender book winks its gold lettering. Lavandula, now slightly smudged by your touch. As you exit, shelves lean closer, their leather backs sighing. The doorway shrinks behind you, or maybe the library's just hugging itself tighter. Either way, your pockets feel heavier, though you've stolen nothing but phantoms. The courtyard swallows you whole, its flagstones quilted with moss and fallen apricot leaves. That sundial isn't just crooked, it's practically breakdancing. Lichen devours Roman numerals, IX, through III, time itself being eaten alive. You crouch, brush green fuzz from the gnomon. Cold bronze seeps into your fingers, a metallic whisper of tempus fugit. Medieval monks planted these in every cloister garden, less for prayers than to schedule ale breaks. Your shadow stretches across the dial's face, a spindly giant smothering XIV. The stone base lists starboard, probably thanks to Henry VII's thugs booting it during monastery raids. Yet cobweb filaments glint like hour markers, spiders weaving their own chronometry. One silk strand catches your earlobe, tickles like a pocket watch's pendulum. Wind riffles ivy on the south wall. Leaves flip to show silver undersides, nature's flashcards quizzing you on cloud formations. A raindrop plinks the sundial's center, ripples outward in slow motion rings. You count them 18 before the water sizzles into thirsty stone. 17th century gardeners swore sundials stored rainfall as subterranean secrets. Your souls sense nothing but compacted dirt. Kneel, press your palm to XII. The engraved line feels sharper than the others, as if some novice monk overcorrected his chisel strokes. Historians still argue whether sundials symbolized divine order, or just gave abbots an excuse to yell at tardy novices. Your nail finds a crack in the bronze. It travels south like a tear track. Sun shifts. Your shadow retreats, revealing a slogan in flaking Latin. Horas non numo nisi serenas. I count only the peaceful hours. A ladybug traverses the V, its carapace, mirroring the stone's rust stains. You follow its path, right off the sundial's edge, into moss wilderness. Something glints beneath the gnomon, a tarnished spoon, half buried in loam. Its bowl holds rainwater and one drowned ant. Tudor-era sundials often doubled as herb grinders, pestle not included. Wipe the utensil on your sleeve. It leaves a copper streak. Restaurant health inspectors would have roasted these monks alive. Stand too fast. Your vision swims with afterimages of the dial's fracturing geometry. Leftover sunlight bakes the back of your neck, a same spot where medieval scribes felt God's gaze during Compline. The surrounding walls lean inward, either corralling you toward the sundial or shielding it from your modern haste. 5 crows land on the perimeter wall, each spacing itself at precise intervals. Avian maintenance crew, their beaks tap 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 the stone Morse code complaints about delayed salaries. One bird eyes the spoon in your hand, tilts its head like a pawnshop appraiser. Best I can do is 3 grubs. Tug your sleeve free from a bramble, it snags anyway. The fabric parts with a sigh, leaving a blue thread to twist in the breeze. 13th century, weavers spun cloister tapestries from sundial shadows, or so claimed a 1974 hoax documentary. Your jeans' new ventilation slit feels less artistic. Circling the sundial, you spot carvings missed before, crude stick, figures farming, a dragon with lopsided wings. Initials RD 1521 inside a heart. Someone's monastery romance novel etched in stone. Press your thumb over the letters. The R grooves deeper. Heartache always carves hardest. Clouds mulch the sun. The dial's shadow dissolves, leaving the courtyard untethered from chronology. Raindrops patter the stone face. Each hit syncopates with your pulse. 12, 13, 14 timekeeping, reduced to biology. The spoon warms in your grip, its handle thrumming faintly. A buried giggle escapes. This broken relic outlived empires. Yet here it sits, hosting moss and your jet-lagged epiphanies. Your watch claims it's 3:17 p.m. The sundial, with its drunk gnome tilt, insists it's simultaneously 1592 and last Tuesday. Ivy rustles. That crow's back, dropping a twig onto the dial's surface. The stick lands at a perfect right angle, nature's gnomon improvising. Thunder growls miles off, the first church bell of an approaching storm. You pocket the spoon, not stealing, just redistributing temporally. Sunset bleeds through cloud-ripped skies, the courtyard steeped in honeyed light. Your shadow stretches eastward now, merging with the dial's engravings, until stone and silhouette become one charcoal smudge. 600 years ago, this moment would have meant vespers. Now, it just means your Uber's 7 minutes away. The first fat raindrop hits your forehead, a cold baptism. You linger, let the storm rewrite the sundial's motto in dripping italics. Serenas becomes serpentas. Horus blurs into horror. By dawn, lichen will have consumed those two. The cobwebbed monument exhales, its breath smelling of wet iron and unanswered questions. Turn to leave. Your soaked shirt clings, a second skin arthritic with goosebumps. Behind you, rainwater fills the spoon's bowl, quivering with the weight of centuries still left to measure. Twilight seeps into the conservatory glass, dyeing shelves of dried valerian, roots indigo. Moonflowers yawn open beside you, their papery unfurling sounds like fingertips dragging across linen. Ancient Egyptians steeped these petals in wine. 16th century herbals called it lunatic's tonic for its sleep-bringing haze. Your elbow knocks a clay jar labeled nepenthe. Whatever's inside sloshes like molasses-thickened regret. Each bloom's center glows faintly, bioluminescent freckles mapping constellations only night pollinators recognize. A 1920s botanist swore moonflowers emitted subsonic frequencies, recorded their songs on wax cylinders later melted for candle making. You press a palm to the glass pane. Vibrations crawl up your arm like drowsy centipedes. Fragrance hits in waves, vanilla laced with burnt sugar. One deep inhale, two, your shoulders slump toward the stone floor. Historians still argue whether Cistercian monks spiked sacramental wine with poppy extract. The debate feels irrelevant as your eyelids gain kilograms. Your shadow stretches across potting benches crowded with drowsy tendrils. A vine curls around your wrist, its grip neither hostile nor entirely polite. 19th century gardening manuals warned against cultivating moonflowers indoors, blamed vegetable mesmerism for vanished housemaids. You tug free, leaving 2 shirt buttons in its clutches. Copper pipes gurgle overhead. The conservatory's antiquated irrigation system groaning through calcified arteries. Condensation drips onto an open ledger, blurring entries for Datura stramonium and Silene stenophylla. Someone's margin note declares night bloomers no secrets diurnal lungs cannot bear. The humid air clings like a chloroform handkerchief. You trace a finger through mist on a terrarium. Etch a smiley face, disappearing as fast as drowsiness. Glass surfaces reflect infinite iterations of your sagging posture, a kaleidoscope of surrender. A drawer squeaks open without provocation inside. Obsidian mortar bowls, and a feather duster crusted with blue pollen. Victorian sleep consultants prescribed moonflower pollen inhalation until patients started reporting shared dreams of underwater ballrooms. You hold your breath while closing it. Weekend ER shifts teach caution. Moonlight slants through the domed roof, projecting magnified leaf veins onto your shoes. They pulse, Or maybe that's your foot's own reluctant heartbeat. You kick a pebble, it skitters into darkness, lands with a clink against that bronze spoon from the courtyard. 3 gray moths orbit your head, living dust, motes drawn to earwax or existential ennui. Their wings leave phosphorescent streaks, temporary constellations, spelling take the damn nap. 17 seconds later, blink, the message dissolves. Your hip bumps a wheelbarrow piled with sphagnum moss. It creaks forward, spilling clumps that burst into silver powder on impact. Medieval carpet layers mixed moonflower dust into royal bedchamber rugs. Hence all those fairy tales about century-long slumbers, kneeling to inspect the mess. Bad idea. Marble tiles feel like pillows now. A beetle trundles across your shoelace, its shell iridescent as oil on water. Renaissance herbalists believed night insects carried fragments of interrupted dreams. This one's cargo seems to involve mismatched cutlery and a bridegroom made of honeycomb. Gravity increases in increments. You slump against a bonsaied willow, its branches cocooning around your torso like arboreal arms. The tree smells of aged parchment and melatonin. Somewhere above, glass panes fog with the conservatory's slow exhalations. A pocket watch clatters to the floor, yours. The face has melted into abstract art hands, fused at 7 minutes past oblivion. Your tongue feels gauze-wrapped. Words now come tar-thick and unnecessary. Moonflowers sway in a breeze that doesn't touch your skin. Their nectar hums through your molars, a bass line resonating in the hollow behind your Adam's apple. 47 years ago, or maybe last Tuesday, a jazz musician claimed this sound cured his insomnia. Your skeptical snort emerges as a yawn. The conservatory door squeaks, but when you turn, only shadows rippling like oil paints stirred with a palette knife. That bronze spoon levitates momentarily, or maybe you've entered the hypnagogic mirage phase. Pythagoras believed geometric shapes became sentient at night, circle gangs, planning revolutions in the dark. Your last coherent thought should have pocketed that Nepenthe jar. Moonflower pollen coats your lips, tastes like pennies and forgotten apologies. Somewhere beyond the glass, storm clouds bruise the sky. But here in the herbalist's midnight, the air hugs you like a mother who knows you'll never leave. Rainwater sheets off the cloister's tile roof, each droplet striking 12 stone basins in staggered succession. Bronze spouts, shaped like open-mouthed carp, slow the flow. Plink, 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 their tempo syncing with the hitch in your breath. Roman emperors tossed coins into fountains to appease water gods. Yours glints green under algae as it sinks alongside Louis XIV's portrait and a 1996 Chuck E. Cheese token. You lean over the third basin, its rim worn smooth by sleeves of dead archivists. Condensation beads on your chin, falls, ripples a reflection of your sleep-softened face. 18th century Viennese churches installed sin sinks, coin-operated confessionals that dispensed absolution like gumballs. The water smells of wet feathers, and a secret you've almost recalled, almost. Moss squelches between your toes. Someone's removed your shoes. Doesn't matter now. Each plink unknots a thought. Rent due Tuesday, dentist appointment. That unanswered text, gone. Historians still argue whether this fountain's architect designed it drunk. The original Latin blueprint reads hydraulic absinthium instead of aqua sapientium. Your pinky traces a crack, veining the fourth basin cold, seeping into your knuckle bones. A bullfrog croaks from the ninth tier, its throat ballooning, with notes too deep for human ears. You blink, and it's just a water-stained cherub regurgitating into the pool. 3 koi circle below surface tension, their scales flaking gold leaf into the murk. Renaissance plague doctors prescribed powdered koi scales, swore they cured midnight paranoia. The fish eye you with reptilian disdain, swim away, carrying your last anxiety like breadcrumbs. You count drips until numbers lose meaning. 73, 74, save, hands brace against stone. The basin's edge imprints fossil patterns into your palms, ancient ferns pressed into rock, into flesh. 18th century botanists used these impressions to argue plants dissolved during Noah's flood. Your palms tingle, whether from cold or carboniferous ghosts, unclear. Damp linen clings to your shins. When did it start raining? Coins shimmer like bioluminescent tadpoles below. Someone chuckles. Maybe you, maybe Brother Etienne's ghost, still giggling over that mistranslated fresco of donkey monks. A drip lands on your neck, slides down vertebrae pools where your spine meets cotton. The 12th basin overflows, water sluicing into a grate patterned with pagan symbols. Ottomans believed such drains swallowed curses whole. You whisper insomnia, mortgage, existential dread. The great belches. Fair enough. You fish out a peso crowned with duckweed. Mexico City's water austerity measures. Circa 1992, stamped across Lady Liberty's twin. Toss it back. Let future drowsy historians puzzle over peso euro conspiracies. Your thumbnail scrapes lime deposits, granular bitter, smells like a kindergarten's forgotten milk carton. Shadows elongate, pooling at your feet like spilled ink. Coins lose their glow as rainwater flushes algae downstream. Historians still argue whether something, damn, your thoughts turn to vapor mid-syllable. That frog-shaped cherub grins wider. Or is that a trick of drowning light? You press your forehead to the 13th basin that isn't there or isn't there yet. The Cloister's sundial mentioned this, or was it the willow tree? Doesn't matter. A drip hits your crown, icy, precise. A neurosurgeon's needle. Your knees fold into a puddle that welcomes you like a hammock. Above, cloud break. A patch of stars mirrors the coins below. Somewhere, a donkey brays, or maybe it's Brother Etienne's ghost perfecting his punchline. Your hand drifts underwater, fingertips brushing centuries of wishes, fossilized into silt. They hum a chord progression even the moonflowers would envy. Rain stops. The carp spouts drool residual droplets, plink, plink, plink. You inhale humidity thick with surrendered secrets. Exhale a nameless weight, coins dim to embers, to memories, to nothings that fit neatly in your palm. The earthen steps yield like overproofed dough, each toehold exhaling ginger root and peat into the damp air. Your shoulder brushes mortarless stones, their moss-stained surfaces registering every pilgrim since Abbot Theodoric brewed his infamous lichen ale in 1297. Scotch broom roots dangle through ceiling cracks, thick as arterial veins, tickling your nape with century-old dust. You count steps, 23, 24, 25. Your heel sinks into something gelatinous. Moonlight reveals a crushed puffball mushroom, its spores swirling upward like skeletal confetti. Athenian nuns once used these fungi to ink hymnals, each spore containing 37% more piety than standard lampblack. The air tastes of forgotten root vegetables and the stale breath of last summer's canning jars. A lantern flickers ahead, its whale oil replaced by bioluminescent nematodes from a 1986 MIT prank gone biodome. Their blue-green glow sharpens the shadows of burlap sacks labeled hellebore mandrake regrets. Historians still argue whether medieval root cellars doubled as interrogation chambers, the term procella, meaning both storm cellar and spiritual purge. Your fingernail carves a question mark into a hanging turnip. It oozes sap that smells suspiciously of peppermint schnapps. Brick alcoves cradle clay amphorae, their crusted seals depicting Demeter weeping over a barley field. Scholars found 17 similar vessels under Ephesus's latrina, still debating if they held sacred beer or mercenary urine. You press an ear to cold terracotta, hear what might be bubbles or muffled prayers in linear B script. The floor transitions to packed earth, each footprint beside yours deep enough to cradle a newborn's skull. French revolutionaries banned herbal texts. Here, their pages dissolving into a lignin broth that seeps between your toes. Your pinky grazes a partially unearthed bottle, Bradford and Sons 1846 valerian tonic, guaranteed to subdue hysterical clergymen. The cork disintegrates, releasing vapors that unstitch 3 vertebrae 4. Something skitters through a heap of desiccated dandelions, a 6-legged rodent. A wind-up taxonomy encyclopedia from the Weimar Republic. You blink, find only the sway of dead hemlock. Crusaders carried hemlock seeds as rudimentary melatonin until that one itchy siege of Acre. A root-bound arch beckons, its gnarled framework supporting generations of cinnamon vines. Press your palm to the keystone. Feel the tremor of Vivaldi's Winter, played on a carrot stem violin. The 1717 score was originally titled Concerto del Radici before some fancy pants publisher got involved. Beetle wings crunch underfoot, their iridescence, suggesting Victorian mourners, ground them into cocktail glitter. Your knee connects with a stone cistern. Water inside swirls clockwise, despite the room's stillness. Dip 2 fingers, the liquid parts, to reveal a Roman-era lead pipe colonized by sleepwalking tubifex worms. Their spiral movements echo Minoan labyrinth dances. Or possibly your post-midnight fridge raids, a submerged hourglass burps up pearlescent sand, each grain stenciled with hieroglyphs, translating to nap now, dig never. You inhale through a rusted grill, catch notes of tuberose and preemptive nostalgia. Somewhere above, a floorboard creaks, Brother Etienne shuffling for his misplaced teeth. Or you 3 hours from now, misplacing this memory. The nematode lantern dims, replaced by foxfire fungi mapping constellations across a horsetail plaster ceiling. Your shin smacks an oak chest banded with iron. The lock yields to a hairpin and existential inertia. Inside sand from the Nile Delta circa 2100 BCE, archaeologists found similar caches in Pompeii's brothels. Their purpose still debated over sherry and tenure disputes. The granules slip through your fingers, whispering gossip about Thutmose III's sleep apnea. Crouch lower, forehead skimming cobwebs, jeweled with mummified aphids. A fresco flakes beneath your touch. Saint Pantaleon administering poppy tincture to a yawning basilisk. His scroll reads Dormovic Draco, medieval slang for lights out, lizard. The paint tastes of fermented honey and buyer's remorse. Beneath a slate shelf, your reflection warps in a warped mercury glass. 17 sleepwalkers have crouched here since 1923. Their faces blurred into a composite ghost with your exact cowlick. Reach out, fingertips meet cold silver. Retreat smudged with tailies of Prohibition-era narcolepsy dens. A root pierces your calf, pain flowering sweet, and herbal meadow sweet. No, belladonna, no, just pain. The sting fades, leaving numbness that spreads like spilled chamomile tea. Napoleonic medics used this sensation to diagnose root cellar syndrome, now dismissed as bad brandy and worse Latin. Exhale, breath crystallizes into a spectral dandelion clock. Blow, seeds become fireflies, become dust motes, become nothing. Your spine molds to a depression, worn into the far wall, generations of archivists napping in shifts. The stone thrums with their snoring. Or is that your own jugular? Distant church bells smudge into frog chorus, into tinnitus, into silence. The nematodes expire one by one, their final flares etching afterimages of cellar blueprints on your retinas. When you rise, your shadow stays curled in its earthen alcove, ready to greet the next seeker of ginger root and oblivion. Golden pollen drifts through a slatted beam, each mote catching fire as it crosses the sun's blade. 73 grains cling to your sleeve, Byzantine emperors once slept on pillows stuffed with this very strain of Crocus sativus. The air thickens, sweet as burnt sugar, metallic as a bridal dowry's hidden dagger. A glass hourglass glows on a wrought iron stand, its chambers choked with saffron threads instead of sand. Your breath hitches. Inhale too deep, and you'll sneeze away a Visigoth's ransom. Historians still bicker whether Florentine nobles added saffron to wine for its sedative properties, or just to flex on peasants drinking well water. The top bulb's brass plaque reads Hour of the Gilded Lid, carved by someone who clearly underestimated commas. You tilt the timepiece. Threads cascade slower than cold molasses, slower than a parliament debating nap protocols. 14th century apothecaries swore counting 73 strands cured insomnia, though records suggest they mainly sold lavender to anyone who could count past 12. A stamen brushes your wrist, its pigment stains your skin like liquid guilt. Catherine de' Medici allegedly smuggled saffron in her corset during the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, presumably to sleep easier that night. Sunlight shifts. The beam now slices through an alcove stacked with terracotta jars. Their wax seals bear the imprint of a sleeping lion. Mamluk, sultans stored dream herbs in identical vessels beneath Cairo streets. You pry one open, dry air hisses out, smelling of mummy wrappers and tax evasion. Inside, a papyrus scrap reads for fourth level yawns, only in faded Coptic. The hourglass dims, its golden contents now the color of old teeth. Your elbow bumps a lectern holding the Codex Somniventis, illuminated with margarita flowers that sway despite the stillness. Touch the vellum, it's warm. 9th century monks debated whether sleeping in a saffron cloud brought divine visions, or just really yellow snot. A draft stirs the pollen into a miniature tornado. It hovers, spins, collapses into the shape of a key. Cleopatra, they say, used saffron fumigation to combat night terrors, though her recipe included crushed lapis and regrettable life choices. The key dissipates, grains reforming as an arrow pointing toward a wall sconce shaped like a drowsy satyr. You press the satyr's nose. A panel slides open, revealing a thimble-sized cup of saffron tea. Steam curls into a hieroglyph that roughly translates to "you're not getting a refund." The 1783 Parisian sleep riots began over watered-down saffron brews. Authorities restored order with free chamomile and selective amnesia. Shadows stretch. The slatted beam now cuts the room into jagged thirds. 12 strands still cling to your sleeve. Ottoman janissaries believed these final grains held the soul's last waking breath. The hourglass empties, its final threads arranging themselves on the lectern as a 2-word note: dream debtors. Somewhere, a bell tower groans, or maybe it's your joints after crouching in root cellars, all metaphorical existence. The pollen fog thickens, now smelling of gilt-edged boredom and third act plot twists. A moth lands on the hourglass, its wings powdered with counterfeit gold. you'd swat it. But the effort requires muscles you loaned to yesterday. The codex pages flutter, revealing an illustration of your current pose. Drawn in 1496, marginalia notes subject exhibits classic symptoms of saffron latency. Your reflection warps in the hourglass glass, 4 chins, 6 eyes, a convincing argument for napping upright. When you finally blink, the room has rotated 90 degrees. The beam slices vertically now, a butter knife through time's liver. 72 grains remain on your sleeve, because countings for accountants and existential dread. A loose thread on your cuff protests. Why not 73? You chuckle. It sounds like a clavecin falling downstairs. The satyr sconce droops, its bronze eyelids at half-mast. You mimic the expression, jaw slackening, tongue tracing the roof of your mouth where saffron bitterness lingers. Somewhere, a Medici ghost nods approval, or possibly indigestion. Daylight softens to liquid amber, the hourglass now casting a shadow shaped like a hammock. You consider lying in it. But gravity's been extra judgy since the cinnamon vine incident. Instead, you pocket a single thread from the codex. Feels lighter than a snooze button's conscience. Foxfire fungi ignite along the ceiling, their bioluminescence revealing a fresco of Hypnos, sprinkling saffron over Babylon. His sandal straps undone, relatable deity energy. The pollen storm settles, grains outlining your footprints in temporary gold. Tomorrow, a janitor will vacuum them up, mumbling about lazy apparitions and OSHA violations. Your sleeve trembles, one final grain detaches, floats upward, pierces the sunbeam like a reverse Icarus. Historians will never document this moment, too busy arguing if saffron counts as a spice or a socio-political construct. The air tastes of answerless questions and car exhaust from 1924. Exhale your breath, sends the last threads swirling into a helix. A DNA strand, a question mark. The hourglass writes itself, refilling with grains plucked from your clothing. 73 again. Always 73. The number of breaths between a sigh and surrender. Warm beechwood embraces your spine, carved vines pooling like honey in the small of your back. The bench's armrests hum, a resonance passed through generations of drowsy elbows. Medieval beekeepers hollowed trees into hives called skeps, though none boasted this many guilt-inducing cup holders. Your fingers brush grooves in the wood, not decorative swirls names. Eglantine, 1427, Brother Thaddeus, the great nap of 1562, an entire lineage of seat testers immortalized in oak. Legends claim Pope Pius II commissioned this bench after a bee sting cured his insomnia. Papal bull and venom both being potent sleep aids. The carvings shift as you lean. An angry-looking apiary monk glares from the left armrest, his chiseled sneeze frozen mid-chew. Beeswax candles drip stalactites down iron, brackets their smoke, curling into cursive letters you're too tired to to read. Each exhale makes the flames bow, courteous little arsonists acknowledging your presence. British folklore insisted bees demanded whispered household gossip. Victorian servants allegedly spilled tea about cheating vicars to hives at dusk. A wax blob plops onto your shoe, congealing into something resembling a shrug. The backrest creaks, not wood settling, actual creaking. You squint at the headboard's central panel, 3 bees circling a snoozing bear. Press the bear's paw, a hidden compartment springs open. Inside, a thimble-sized honey dipper and a scroll fragment. 3rd rule: never trust a sober beekeeper. Historians still argue whether Ireland's ancient bone houses stored skeletons or empty hives, the debates fueling many a pub brawl. Candlelight glows warmer, redder, as if the wicks remember sunlight through apple blossoms. Your knees sink into moss padding harvested from tombs, according to that sketchy herbalist near the rhododendrons. The smell triggers deja vu church incense, burnt toast, your 7th birthday party's piñata fiasco. A draft flips the scroll over backside, shows a stick figure fleeing angry bees caption. Me attempting productivity, circa always. Shadows pool beneath the bench dark enough to hide sins, or at least lose a shoe. You dangle a hand into the void, fingertips brushing cold metal. A rusted tea tray emerges, bearing a petrified scone and a thistle-shaped teacup. The handle's missing, a perfect metaphor for mornings after bad decisions. 19th century asylum, doctors prescribed 36 drops of honey wine for hysteria. Results allegedly quieter, if not saner. The central candle gutters, flame shrinking to a blue ember. Wax rivers slow, then freeze mid-drip, as if the room holds its breath. You count 17 fossilized breadcrumbs on the tray, exactly the number of work emails you'll ignore tomorrow. Hooded figures in the carvings turn their backs. Spooky arboreal peer pressure to finally relax. Moonlight floods through a suddenly clean window, glass etched with propaganda about productive mornings. Your reflection shows 2 heads, one alert and judgy, the other slumped and winning. The bench's storage compartment snaps shut, taking the honey dipper hostage. A bee carved into the seat nicks your thigh karma for that time you bought almonds instead of local honey. Warmth spreads up your legs, not mere wood. The benches heating up like fresh-baked bread. Panic, then resignation, then gratitude for the improvised heating pad. Pompeii's oven-baked citizens probably felt similar ambivalence. The snoozing bear carving starts snoring, or maybe that's your stomach mimicking dignity's collapse. Candle smoke thickens, forming a floating honeycomb above your head. Each cell cradles a different sleep sound waves, train whistles, that ASMR guy tapping walnut shells. Reach for the closest hexagon, it bursts into a yawn that rattles your molars. 17th century lullabies often included lyrics about drowning tax collectors. The original white noise. Teeth marks appear on the scone, Tiny, possibly insectal, definitely passive-aggressive. You apologize to the bench, to the ghosts of disgruntled bees, to the concept of gluten intolerance. A hidden drawer ejects a peppermint wrapper covered in drowsy-looking hieroglyphs. Ancient Egyptian beekeepers painted hives blue to trick bees into perpetual twilight. The first recorded instance of circadian hacking, the moon dips, taking its judgmental light elsewhere. What remains candle glow halos, the smell of burnt sugar regrets, carvings now depicting napping pharaohs. Your shoes feel heavier, lead-lined, filled with all the footsteps you didn't take today. That one alert head in the window reflection finally gives up, merges with its smarter twin. Wood grain patterns swim swirling into a map of lost apiaries. X marks a spot labeled here there, Benap. The snoring bear rolls over in its panel, taking 3 bees hostage under its stone paw. You scribble a mental note. Research whether beekeeping counts as cardio. Then delete it forever. First birdsong pierces the haze, a robin screaming about productivity, or worms, or avian copyright law. The bench's indentations deepen, cradle becoming sarcophagus, becoming cocoon. 14 candle stubs relight in unison, their combined smoke spelling burn the timeline. Dawn leaks through the honeycomb window, projecting hexagons across your lap. Each contains a micro snapshot of rooftops, bees, an unnervingly familiar fig tree. The central candle expires with a sound like Velcro separating from existence. Your last coherent thought, wondering if Roman beekeepers ever glued googly eyes on their hives. Air thrums, not with wings, but the absence of something loud. The carvings go still, even the judgy monk, now mid-blank stare. Your hand slips off the armrest, knuckles brushing cold stone floor. 73 wax droplets tremble, then slide south in perfect formation, gravity's final ultimatum. Sleep comes not as a wave, but smoke curling into a keyhole. The bench sings in splinters, beechwood lullaby in G-flat minor. Somewhere, a hive stirs, approves, returns to its honeyed oblivion. Moonlight paints ghostly rectangles across the desk, each stack of papers teeming with quivering shadows. You blink away bench-induced drowsiness, focus on the trembling monograph. On one-eromantic Botanicals declares its spine, though the O looks suspiciously like a doodled yawn. Moth wings brush your ear, their scales leaving fractal patterns in the air, the original gluten-free glitter. You lift the cover, its vellum feels like withered skin. Marginalia crawls up the margins, medieval monks' notes squeezing between printed lines like subway riders at rush hour. A pressed nightshade flower crumbles beneath your thumb, 14th century bookmark, or failed salad ingredient. The text details dreamroot cultivation, 6 pounds of sheep's blood per acre. Sleep sciences, messier origins. Historians still argue whether Renaissance herbalists used the plant for anesthesia or just really chill party favors. A moth lands on the page, antennae tracing the word somnus like it's ordering takeout. Its wings mimic the manuscript's water stains, nature's plagiarism at work. You lean closer, the insect's thorax pulses, emitting a subaudible hum. Victorian librarians allegedly dueled with moth-catching nets, their leaderboards still hidden in the British Museum's rafters. Dust motes swirl in a sudden draft, forming a tiny tornado above footnote 9. It collapses, scattering across a diagram of mandrake roots, shaped like screaming swimmers. The ink smudges as you touch it, turning a botanist's careful cross-section into Rorschach test material. Sleep's cousin is soil, whispers the margin, though the sea looks added later. 17th century Czech nuns reportedly buried dreamroot under full moons. Returns addressed to the Sandman. Hell's waiting room. Your elbow grazes a bell jar. Dead moths cascade across the desk. One specimen clings to your sleeve, defiant, in rigor mortis. Its label reads Lepidoptera somnorum, whether scientific name or cult slogan remains unclear. Renaissance painters ground moth wings for iridescent pigments, their masterpieces literally powered by bug dust. A pressed daisy drops from page 142. Its petals arrange themselves into a frowny face. You flip to the glossary, only to find a splatter of centuries-old wine. The stain resembles a knight riding a llama, the ultimate right drunk. Edit Never Manifesto. Ottoman scribes stored manuscripts with lavender sachets. Early attempts to silence paper's chronic insomnia. The monograph creaks, spine splitting, to reveal a hidden folio. Inside, a sketch of dandelions devouring a castle caption. Accurate depiction of weekends. Beneath it, a recipe for nocturne elixir involving bats, eyelashes, and snoozing thunderstorms. Directions specify stirring counterclockwise until reality softens. You glance at the nearest candle. Its flame burns greener now, jealous of the wax it could become. Moths accumulate, forming a living veil between you and rationality. Their antennae wave dismissively, skywriting critiques of your posture. 18th century Parisian salonists wore moth-wing chokers, until a particularly judgmental swarm critiqued their color choices. A wing brushes your nose, suddenly smelling of library paste and grandmothers, the pheromones of guilt-free laziness. The text swims, Latin verbs conjugating into lullabies. Dormio, dormis, dormit, a grammatical sleepover. You trace a woodcut of a snoring topiary, its leaves rattling Z's. A drop of wax seals your thumb to the page, instant membership in the ancient order of candle tragedies. Carthusian monks once smuggled banned manuscripts in hollowed mattresses, proving rest breeds rebellion. Shadows deepen, the failed daisies frown, now a full glare. Your knees protest, though you can't recall standing. The desk stretches, edges disappearing into the wallpaper's floral pattern. A moth flies into your open-mouth leaves, without paying rent. You cough up wing fragments, their taste like unread emails and smoked paprika. Moonlight shifts, illuminating a footnote that wasn't there before. And B, dreams grow best in unplowed minds. The bee winks. Historians still argue whether Albertus Magnus invented an alarm clock powered by nightmare screams, or just enjoyed trolling his students. You pocket the rebellious daisy, its petals shredding into a yawn. Moths write ornate curses in the dust, each glyph dissolving before you decipher it. Dawn's first bleach erases the shadows. The monograph slams shut. Your fingerprint remains, an oily confession on the cover's faded eye. Air sags with the weight of unwritten apologia for burnt libraries, unfinished dreams. That time you microwave fish at work. The last moth perches on the windowsill, wings creased like a road map to places naps destroyed. Crimson petals carpet the desk, their once vivid edges curled like burnt parchment. You brush a rose's skeletal remains. It disintegrates into dust that smells of forgotten anniversaries. The mahogany grain pulses beneath them, a woody heartbeat slowing to funeral tempo. Historians note Victorians stuffed coffins with roses to mask decay. Though these blooms seem more mourners than Dacre, a snapped quill lies diagonal across an ink blot, the fracture mirroring your third coffee mug back home. Its nib gleams wet, still bleeding midnight onto vellum. 17th century scribes allegedly dueled with poisoned quills, their insults preserved in marginalia. You dab the spill, your fingertip comes away stained like a cheap manicure. The blot spreads, yawning wider, consuming a sketch of Napoleon's gardener, pruning nightmare hedges. Moonlight glints off the desk's brass corners, revealing tiny teeth marks. 18th century apprentices gnawed furniture during all-night transcription sessions. Early career regrets immortalized in gingivitis. A petal drifts into the ink, floats like Cleopatra's barge down the Nile of oops. Historians still argue whether her famous black ink contained octopus venom or just really aggressive espresso. The air sags, scented with rose rot, and someone's failed attempt at bergamot candles. You squint at the vellum. The ink rearranges into haikus about Monday mornings. A draft sneaks through cracked window panes, scattering petals into a frenzied waltz. Edwardian floriographers sent wilted bouquets as breakup notes, the original ghosting. Your sleeve catches the quill's jagged edge, threads unraveling like an overeager confession. The ink pools around a footnote on funeral roses, blooms cultivated to wilt within hours of burial. Practical, morbid, nature's first disposable product. A petal sticks to your wrist, translucent as X-ray film veins, mapping where love goes to compost. The desk drawer creaks open unaided, revealing skeleton keys and a thimble of teeth. Molars, incisors, a lone fang. Renaissance dentists traded relic teeth for drafts of forbidden herbals. You pocket a molar, It thrums like a tiny metronome before the drawer slams, taking your pinky ring's dignity. Ink seeps into the wood grain, forming Rorschach blots only a sleep-deprived psychiatrist could love. That one's a rabbit. That one's your student loan officer. A rose thorn pricks your thumb, pain delayed like bad karma. Ottoman scribes used rosehip syrup to correct errors. Early whiteout tasting of regret and vitamin C. The quill twitches, a death rattle, sending final droplets across your cuff. 17th century ink recipes included iron salts and oak galls. DIY tattoos waiting to happen. You lift the shattered pen. Its split nib births a shadow puppet, a crocodile devouring alarm clocks. Petals rustle like tarot cards, shuffled by a hack. You flip one. Its underside bears a lithograph of hands planting roses in a war zone. The captions faded, though the commas suggest either hope or a grocery list. Florida once tried cultivating funeral roses. Soil rejected them as too melodramatic. Moths flock to the ink-stained thoraxes, glinting like oil-slicked pearls. They sip hieroglyphs off the page, drunk on verbs meaning to nap and to regret lightly. One moth alights on the quill, its wings mimicking the shattered nib, performance art for nihilists. Damp pages stick to your forearm, text transferring like temporary tattoos. To cure rose-induced melancholy, steep petals in moonlight. Add 2 figs. Avoid eye contact. A pressed fig materializes in your pocket, fuzzy and judgmental. Historians still argue whether Tudor gardeners used roses to treat spleen vapors, or just had excellent PR. The ink blot yawns wider, swallowing desk corners, then walls, then yesterday's to-do list. You clutch the molar, its hum, now a submarine dive klaxon. Petals swarm like angry commas, redacting your last coherent thought. A Victorian gardening manual materializes midair. Page 666. When all else fails, plant thistles. Dawn bleaches the room bone white. A petal remains lodged in the quill's split. It pulses once final heartbeat of some floral Ophelia before crumbling. Your fingerprint stains the desk, a smudged epitaph. The moths depart, leaving wingdust trails that spell nap now in mocking cursive. Air stills, heavy with the ghosts of roses, and the snores of a quill tip dreaming of sharper days. Stained glass bathes your hands red, like Pompeii's poppy mosaics preserved under volcanic dust. Seed pods tremble overhead. Their rattle syncs with your molars. Leftover hum. You step onto marble veined like sleep lines. On a cheek cold seeps through soles. Ancient chill from quarrymen who napped between slabs. A petal detaches, floats downward, lands in your hair with the gravity of pocket watches. Victorian insomniacs wore poppy seed pajamas. Florence Nightingale allegedly stitched opium tinctures into the hems. Count backward 8, 7, 6. The numbers stick like gum beneath pews. Opium resin glazes the air. Sweet vinegar tang Salvador Dali would have bottled as cologne. Your shadow stretches into the app's head, lolling, neck merging with a stained glass saint's aureole. Historians still argue whether Roman emperors drugged dissidents with poppy milk or just had really boring banquets. You kneel, not praying, to inspect a crack in the tiles. Ants haul pollen along the fault line, tiny pharmacists dosing underground pharmacies. A pod bursts, seeds skitter like dropped rosary beads. 16th century nuns brewed poppy tea here until the archbishop found them giggling through vespers. Light pivots, red shifts to bruised purple as clouds strangle the sun. Your knees imprint the marble, double ghosts of impatience and stiff denim. Someone carved a doodle in a column, stick figure sheep jumping over VIII. Imperfect, but gets the job done. You press a pod to your ear. It whispers a jazz cover of Brahms' lullaby. Saxophone solos piped through hollow veins, cellulose improvisations. 3 seeds cling to your collar, future plants, plotting rooftop rebellion. Aztec warriors ate poppy seed cakes before battle, woke up conquering their own nightmares. A draft slinks through, petals ripple like audience waves at a silent film. Your reflection warps in a chalice, abandoned on the altar, lips smeared with sacramental honey. They say a caretaker kept bees here, fed them poppy nectar, harvested apocalyptic jam. Pollen coats your tongue chalky, floral, faintly metallic. You half expect the air to invoice you for respiratory overtime. A stained glass Judas tosses silver coins into the offering box. Each clink a miniature requiem. Chancel gates creak, revealing rows of poppies, bowing like penitent addicts. Their stems creak, elderly floorboards reminiscing about sapling days. You snap, a stem, sticky milk oozes, smells of regret and burnt sugar. Ottoman physicians prescribed poppy latex for overactive minds. Side effects included composing bad poetry. Bloodlight intensifies, the nave now an aorta pumping diluted dusk. You count backward, 5, 4, but 3rd century Carthaginian lullabies interrupt. Reconstructed from amphora etchings, probably mispronounced, definitely accusatory. A moth lands on your wrist, its wings mimic the confessional screen's lattice. Mutual surveillance, you blink first. Dust falls from the rafters, quartz glitter from a deconstructed Alps. Historians still argue whether Byzantine emperors gilded their sleeping chambers or just had excellent nap-related delusions. Your shadow peels off, slinks toward the sacristy, becomes independent contractor. The remaining you leans against a column, licks pollen off a molar. Time unspools, a torn silk bookmark fraying at both ends. Pods rattle faster, demanding participation. You hum a lullaby from that Vermont gas station. Cassette, key of ZZZ major. Stone apostles shrug in their niches, only Judas still invested. Bloodlight fades. The first seed takes root in your left lung. The tarnished alembic gurgles, its copper belly digesting shadows. Murky liquid plinks into a cup, no bigger than a thimble. Bergamot stings your nostrils, regret lingers beneath, like elevator music at a funeral. 17th century apothecaries called this device the sobriety, allegedly brewed insomnia cures while wearing mittens knit from cat fur. You lift the cup, it's lighter than expected. Maybe the dreams inside got downgraded to daymares. A warning label curls at the edges. For forgotten dreams only. May contain traces of Atlantis, the liquid wrinkles reflecting your eye as a quicksilver monocle. Someone scratched equations into the workbench, alchemical symbols, fighting fractions like bad roommates. You recognize the Venus glyph. Or is it a self-portrait of the engraver's ex? A mouse skeleton lies nearby ribcage, cradling a pearl onion. Historians still argue whether medieval alchemists truly sought gold or just wanted tax-deductible lab equipment. Condensation crawls down the alembic's neck, sweating secrets. Your pinky dips into the tincture cold, creeps up your arm like ivy on a sundial. Renaissance remedy manuals suggested drinking mercury for mental clarity. Side effects included composing love letters to garden statues. A draft stirs vials on a shelf labeled marginalia. 3 jars glow faintly. One holds firefly abdomens. Another, what looks like pulverized blueprints. The third's tag simply reads Tuesday. Crumbled papyrus litters the floor diagrams of dragons holding yoga poses. The cup's rim meets your lips. It tastes of unopened birthday cards and chlorine. Your molars tingle, the seed in your lung shivers in recognition. 14th century Venetian dream thieves used bergamot oil to paralyze sleepers. Museums still display their customized pillowcases. Something moves in the alembic's belly, a shape darting between condensation droplets. You tilt it, moon liquid sloshes, reveals a miniature galleon made of eyelashes. Its sails billow with your next exhale. A ledger lies open, entries alternate between Latin and doodles of depressed turnips. March 1723. Tried distilling grandfather's pocket watch. Obtained 3 ounces of existential dread. You snort dust, motes spiral, rearrange into the blueprint constellation. The cup's empty now, or maybe it was never full. Your left iris feels like a flipped hourglass. Ottoman dream interpreters believed burnt jasmine petals could reveal lottery numbers. Records show 40% accuracy and 80% arson charges. A bell tolls somewhere. The sound arrives 7 seconds late. Freight train of a church bell. Heat spreads through your sternum. The lung seed unfurls primary leaves. Alchemists once added powdered mummy to memory tonics. Turns out they were just brewing ancient beef broth. Light bleeds through a high window, gutter tinge yellow of nicotine-stained fingers. The alembic sighs, releases a bubble that pops in A-flat. You catch your reflection in a spoon nailed to the wall. Someone filed your teeth into cursive. Floorboards creak a warning, or maybe a lullaby. Ants drag a moth wing toward an altar of sugar cubes. The workbench engraving glows faintly, Venus symbol, now cradling a stick figure sheep. Your knees hit stone before you register the drop. Fingertips graze a cobweb. It dissolves into Pythagorean theorems written in dust. That bergamot aftertaste shifts. Now evokes crayon wax and dial-up modems. A stained glass rook watches from the windowsill, judging your life choices since 2016. The mouse skeleton's onion pearl rolls toward your shoe, pulls a comet tail of ash. You pocket it, feel the faint pulse of pickled dreams. Byzantium's night witchmen drank poppy elderberry blends to stay awake. Resulting patrol logs included shopping lists for imaginary dragons. Shadows thicken. The room inhales, holds, exhales stale chamomile. A drawer labeled apology sticks. When you tug inside, lies a single dried teardrop laminated in beeswax. Your pulse taps Morse code against the cup's rim. Message reads, abandoned spreadsheet. The lung seeds, roots prick your diaphragm, green ache of a childhood sledding injury. You press your forehead to the cold alembic. Its surface hums the chorus of Bohemian Rhapsody. Someone rearranged the vials. Tuesday now sits beside regret's second draft. Dawn's first knife edge slices through a mortar's crack. The thimble cup fills with liquid shadow, fresh batch piping hot, or freezing, can't decide. You leave it steaming on the windowsill, an espresso for the ghosts of overambitious philosophers. The silk crackles like autumn leaves as you unroll it, a geography of forgotten soil, each frayed thread a vanished hedgerow. Your nail traces the garden of unfinished letters, its borders smudged by what might be tea stains or ancient tears. 18th century English nobles obsessed with topiary mazes. One duke shaped his hedges into ex-girlfriends' initials, and then hired a poet to mourn their pruning. Parchment flakes drift upward, reverse snowfall settling in your hair. Cartouche labels dissolve under scrutiny. The allay of unanswered prayers becomes the bramble of bad Tinder dates. A droplet slips off your chin, hits the map, and 4 miniature fountains burst from the silk, their spray smelling of ink and burnt toast. You squint at a crescent-shaped blotch labeled Nebuchadnezzar's napkin. Historians still argue whether the hanging gardens of Babylon had actual waterfalls or just really enthusiastic ivy. The silk shudders, its faded greens bleeding into blues like a mood ring for dead landscapes. Your pinky brushes the arboretum of lost keys. A metallic tang coats your tongue, the aftertaste of locking yourself out of childhood treehouses. A tiny hedgehog-shaped shadow scurries across Iran. Or is that Pennsylvania? The map refuses to commit. Something winks in the rose quartz maze, a subdermal glitter beneath the silk. 17th century Dutch traders smuggled tulip bulbs in codfish bellies and occasionally sprouted seafood-scented flower beds. You peel back a corner. The map's verso shows teeth marks and a price tag in drachmas. Wind hisses through a seam carrying bergamot and the ghost of a swear word. Your breath stirs a speckled region, labeled where the herbicide's wept particles rise into a miniature thunderhead that drizzles lukewarm vinegar. Renaissance botanists once trained vines to grow in the shape of insults. Pope Urban VIII allegedly received a topiary prick from his landscaper. The garden of unfinished letters hums under your palm, vibrations spelling dearest Aliner, I regret, before dissolving into static. Someone stitched corrections in hair-thin thread, crossouts looping like barbed wire. You spot Napoleon's seal near a cluster of wilted fleur-de-lis. His gardening notes reportedly included plans for Aunt English roses. A moth-eaten patch reveals constellations nobody named. Orion holding a trowel Cassiopeia trapped in a birdbath. Your thumb smudges a coastal region. Salt crystals bloom like mold on the silk's surface. Archaeologists found a Roman villa's gardening tools preserved in volcanic ash. Their spades still clogged with 2,000-year-old dandelion roots. Silk fibers snag on your cuticles, unraveling into sentences. Third watering yield size reads one strand prune regrets after first frost, advises another. The map buckles, revealing a sublayer of pressed passion flowers arranged in a middle finger. Victorian ladies hid secret gardens behind estate walls, places to curse without moving their lips. Dusk seeps into the chamber, the map's inks fluoresce, uranium green and arsenic yellow. Your shadow stretches across the bonsai battlefield, where miniature generals once waged wars with pruning shears. Historians still argue whether topiary was outlawed in Versailles after that incident with the hedgehog top hats. You fold a corner, the crease exhales lavender and resignation. The silk resists, clinging to your wrists like a lovesick ghost. Moonlight hits a hidden thread of silver. It leads to the map's edge, where someone embroidered the exit is a myth in lowercase scream. Beneath the garden of unfinished letters, your fingertip finds braille-like bumps, a coded message in pollen ducts. Decoding it would require tweezers and a tolerance for existential vertigo. The lung seed rustles its roots, tap dancing against your ribcage to the tune of Tiptoe through the tulips. Mold spirals bloom where your breath falls, their patterns matching subway maps of cities that haven't been founded yet. You cough, spores taste of sidewalk gum and Eisenhower-era optimism. That Duke's topiary ex-girlfriends were reportedly defaced by badgers. Or maybe just very judgmental peacocks. The silk finally tears, a clean split between a state of unfulfilled promises and orchard of unreturned library books. Static electricity makes the halves repel each other. They levitate like bitter exes at a wedding. You press them together, a spark jumps, smells like birthday cake left in the rain. Dawn's first light hits the map, its colors fade to hospital gown beige. Threads curl inward, protecting whatever grew in the garden of 6-week late apologies. Your hands shimmer with pollen, each grain a cartographer's fingerprint. You consider sneezing, but the archives might need that dust. Your sneeze dies unborn as purple shadows shift. A topiary wolf raises its muzzle at you, all chlorophyll and sheared arrogance. Wisteria cascades over its back, an avalanche of blooms dripping sleep-heavy fragrance. Renaissance nobles shaped you into their rivals' faces, then hired jesters to mock them at garden parties. The wolf's moss-crusted paws seep into flagstones, roots quietly erasing human geometry. You circle its flank shears, left gouges, resembling old bullet wounds. Amber eyes glint with embedded glass shards. Church windows melted down after that unfortunate lightning strike. Historians still argue whether Versailles' topiary maze was a status symbol or Marie Antoinette's passive-aggressive jab at bad haircuts. A vine snaps. You freeze as petals rain down like snooze-button confetti. Moss creeps up your shoes. The velvet kind thieves used to muffle Tudor-era floorboards. 17th century earthworms were supposedly trained to aerate soil in spiral patterns, though only drunk diarists claimed to witness it. The wolf's chest shudders, its pine needle fur ripples in a rhythm that syncs with your yawns. You press an ear to its leafy flank. Sap pulses like metronome syrup, a green man lullaby. Victorian gardeners spiked hedge water with gin to encourage whimsy, resulting in shrubberies that smelled like regret. A thorn pricks your thumb, blood beads in the exact shade of the do not disturb sign at Versailles. Purple blooms brush your neck cold as a guillotine blade's shadow. The wolf exhales, spores sparkle in lazy spirals. Archaeologists found topiary wire in Pompeii. Proof Romans shaped boxwood into obscene gestures for beachfront villas. Your knees hit the moss, soft as the Whigs' Louis XIV band for being too sincere. Moonlight combs through ivy, casting your silhouette as a three-legged creature on the wolf's side. Its tail twitches. Jasmine tendrils curl into something resembling a middle finger. King Henry VII's gardeners reportedly hid in hedges to spy on courting couples, then pruned the bushes into portraits of their shame. You spot a collar beneath the greenery, rusted iron etched, with property of the seventh sleep. The lock clicks open with teeth-loosening ease. Inside, pressed dandelion fluff glows like stolen moonlight. Georgian night witchmen drank dandelion wine to stay alert, then sleepwalked into fountains while reciting love sonnets. Cobwebs drape the wolf's ears, each strand humming in D minor. Your pulse slows to match, eyelids heavier, with every syncopated thud. Historians still debate if Japan's cloud-pruned gardens were inspired by mountain mists or daimyo hallucinations after eating bad sea urchin. One glass eye cracks as you lean closer. The pupil widens into a keyhole. Inside, a miniature greenhouse smolders with bioluminescent roses. Dutch smugglers cultivated glow-in-the-dark tulips using deep-sea algae until their entire crop sang Gregorian chants and died. The wolf's muzzle dips, an invitation or threat, depending on your dental history. Wisteria pollen coats your tongue tastes like the quiet side of a migraine. Medieval herbalists believed sleeping under wolf-shaped hedges cured cowardice, and frequently woke up missing eyebrows. Your shadow merges with the topiary, suddenly pawed and feral. Nightingales fall mid-song, the garden inhales, holding its breath. You find a scalpel wedged between stone slabs, its edge crusted with lichen and royal DNA. Georgian surgeons moonlighted as topiary artists, because nothing says steady hands like sculpting oak leaves into spleen diagrams. Roots erupt beneath your feet, cradling, not trapping maybe. The wolf's heartbeat accelerates, chlorophyll pumping like your third espresso of Judgment Day. A thorn draws another bead of blood. It rolls down the iron collar. Etching go to sleep in High Dutch. Dawn's first light bleeds through the wisteria, petals withering into smoke rings. The topiary stills, just a shrub again, but its glass eye winks as you retreat. Your shoes squelch with expelled moss, each step farting out a perfume of humiliation and peat. The lung seed pulses in time with distant chapel bells. Or maybe that's just your aorta agreeing with the greenery. You pocket a fallen glass shard. Its edge whispers come back when you're extinct against your palm. Ants march across the wolf's nose, carrying pollen like tiny caskets. Your yawn splits the horizon, a sound so contagious. Even the sundial cracks a millimeter. Historians still argue whether topiary wolves count as art or as warnings that the plants are midway through their coup. Wind reshapes the blooms into shapes your retina rejects. The collar rusts shut, dandelion fluff dimming to suburban lawn mediocrity. You walk backward, because turning your feels like surrendering to something with too many roots and opinions. Moss regrows where you knelt, erasing knee prints in emerald static. 2 petals cling to your sleeve. They'll dissolve by noon, leaving stains that whisper apology, accepted in chlorophyll braille. Your shadow stretches normal again, tailless and briefly disappointed. Stone groans welcome you, the weight of prayer years pressing down through vaulted ribs. Hooded figures line the walls, their stone hands clasped in eternal vespers. Sparrows doze in cowl-shaped nests, tiny chests rising slower than the candles drip slower. You count the monks, 12, like apostles minus Judas. Benedictine rules demanded 19 nightly wake-ups, though every third chronicle admits monks just sleepwalked to the privy. One sparrow twitches, its dream wings rustling parchment-thin eyelids. The last candle gutters left, its flame bowed like a scribe correcting himself. Wax puddles form a miniature Alps, summits collapsing in real time. A 14th century psalter mentions finches trained to peck Latin hymns, allegedly, though they only mastered the obscene ones. Cold seeps through your souls, the flagstones worn smooth by sandaled feet. Historians still argue whether trembling candle flames signaled divine presence or just convent drafts. Your breath swirls soot patterns, Karl Marx's beard, a deflating hot air balloon, you pivot monks. Shadows sway despite absent light. One hood cradles eggs, speckled shells, glowing like unblinking eyes. Medieval librarians penned marginalia about foul lectors who turned pages with their beaks. Skeptics claim it's a metaphor for bad handwriting. The candle flame snaps upright, igniting dust, motes into fireflies. Its light bleeds across a stone cheek, revealing a smirk chiseled under the hood. Cistercian stonemasons sneaked self-portraits into monasteries, the medieval equivalent of tagging a bathroom stall. You crouch beside the youngest monk, his face smoother than the others. Moss fills his eye sockets, breathing. A sparrow nestles in his tonsure, its heartbeat echoing through limestone pores. Pollen drifts from the vaults, each golden fleck avoiding the candle's heat. 16th century beekeepers swore sleeping near cloisters spawned holy honey. Later proved to just be friars sneaking mead into hives. The flame stretches toward you curious, almost nosy. You match its tilt, forehead to flickering wick. Heat kisses your brow, not unpleasantly. Reformation radicals melted monastery candles to cast heretic bells, their clappers made of banned papal edicts. A sparrow sneezes the sound like a snapped twig. Its nest holds a thimble tarnished silver-etched with vigil keepers, local 732. Labor strikes disrupted Parisian chandlers. In 1632, candle makers demanding hazard pay for ectoplasm burns. Stone fingers creak, joints grinding medieval arthritis. You freeze, but it's just the floor settling, or the monks uncrossing their legs after 7 centuries. The candle's shadow mocks your jumpiness, quivering as if stifling laughter. Moonlight slinks through a crack, bisecting the chamber. Your left half chills, right half sweat damp. Renaissance science claimed balanced humors, required sleeping half in shadow. Hence, those ridiculous split-colored courtier outfits. You press a palm to the wall. It hums vespers in D minor. The vibration climbs your ulna, elbow, collarbone. Some nunneries composed hymns based on the resonant frequencies of their architecture. The rivals called it acoustic heresy. The candle drowns in its own wax, the wick drowning in golden sap. Darkness floods the chamber gentle as a dropped choir robe. Sparrow wings rustle, adjusting, resettling. A beak clicks 3 times. Sicut erat, sicut erat. Your knees find a prayer bench, the wood polished by desperate foreheads. Splinters whisper into your jeans' Reformation era. Termites still furious about the switch to Anglican pews. Shadows congeal into something octopus adjacent, then scatter. One monk's hood leaks sand, the grains pooling around his feet. Crusader monks smuggled Jerusalem soil in their hoods. It worked until they hit London rain. You catch a speck on your tongue, tastes like someone else's homesickness. The chamber exhales rotted incense and wet feathers. Your own breath sinks to the sparrows. 8 seconds in, 11 seconds out. Baroque sleep physicians prescribed avian respiration for melancholics, though it mainly taught nobles to nap like startled pigeons, teeth click above you, stone jaws yawning after centuries. A tiny avalanche of mortar dusts your shoulder. Gothic gargoyles were originally downspouts, until some smartass carved a grinning imp and bedlam ensued. Blackness softens to bruised purple, the candle's ghost imprinted on your retinas. You blink, a reverse darkroom, the negative image of your skepticism developing. Something brushes your ankle, a root, a rat, a penitent's femur. Renaissance catacomb guides pinched tourists' buttocks to simulate damned souls seeking warmth, then sold absolution almonds afterward. Lightning bruises the high windows, thunder lagging like a drunk chaperone. The brief flash freezes the monks mid-shuffle, sparrow beaks parted in silent screeches. Your scalp tingles, half expecting stone hoods to turn. Rain hisses through cracks, hitting the floor as steam. The chamber becomes a sauna, then a rainforest, then a fromageries damp cellar. 18th century meteorologists blamed monastic storms on unresolved Gregorian chant harmonics, peer-reviewed by bishops. Naturally, a droplet lands on your tongue, ferrous and fizzy. Roof repairs used nails forged from melted reliquaries. 3 popes' worth of toe rings dissolved into gutter runoff. The candle rekindles, self-immolating in a sulfur blue whale. Its new flame throws gangly shadows. Monks appear to clutch daggers, spoons, maybe instruments. Medieval choir masters kept emergency candlelight scores, with notes readable only during blackouts. You slump against a pillar, its carvings braille your spine. Words form, or maybe just spinal misalignment. Dormite et nolite timer, sleep and fear not. Or doe mites need lime attire, ambiguous either way. Sparrows launch en masse, their wings snapping darkness like sheet music. The candle dies mid-crescendo, wick curling into a spinal cord silhouette. Air rushes into the sudden void, your eardrums pop. Silence pools deeper than before. You count heartbeats, 43, 79. Enough to miss 3 papal coronations. The monks feel closer now, elbows brushing yours. Cold marble, radiating something like patience. Dawn's first bruise seeps through stained glass, a martyr's woundflower spreading across the floor. The sparrows return, wings heavy with stolen spider silk. One drops a petal on your knee, dried lavender that crumbles into commas. Stone joints crackle the monks, settling into day shift, their hoods empty nests, holding only eggshell fossils. You pocket a candle stub, its wax thumbprint matches yours exactly, and turn toward the fading dark. Moonlight slicks the greenhouse glass, each pane buckling under the weight of its own distortions. You pause at a sundial's terrarium. Its sticky tendrils glisten like a candelabra dipped in spit. Victorian botanists wired these plants to telegraphs, discovering they signaled distress in Morse code during digestions. though modern labs blame static from fly corpses. A dewdrop slides down a filament, hovering, trembling, fat, with stolen starlight. You lean closer. The droplet reflects your eye, warped into a fishbowl vignette. 17th century herbalists prescribed dew collected from carnivorous plants. As a truth serum records show, it just gave nobles explosive diarrhea and sudden fluency in Aramaic. The sundew shivers tendrils cinching around nothing. Its movements mimic the second hand of a broken clock, twitchy, compulsive. You count the glistening strands, 96. 97. Historians still argue whether Darwin's lost journal contained sketches of man-eating sundews, or just grocery lists his wife deemed too alarming. Your breath fogs the glass, an oval phantom lingering too long. The plant's fibers creak, a sound like cello strings wrapped in wet silk. A tendril brushes your wrist, adhesive but painless. 18th century seamstresses used sundew sap to mend wedding veils, until brides started weeping black tears allergic to the mucilage. You resist the tug, gently. The plant recoils, curls inward, ashamed. Moonlight bleeds through its droplets, casting prismatic commas on your sleeves. NASA once theorized Venus flytraps could survive Martian volcanoes. Funding evaporated when specimens died screaming in simulated atmospheres. Dew laps at your cuticles, sweet, slightly narcotic. Your pulse slows to match the sundew's quivering rhythm, 40 beats per minute. 30. A pamphlet from 1912 claims these plants absorb cheyel, aveyecheye sku de usha, u through skin contact. Misspelled Russian, included at no extra charge. The terrarium glass thrums, its vibrations syncing with your molars. You taste copper, iron the metallic tang of photosynthesis, running backwards. A trapped crane flies, wing twitches, its final buzz drowned in digestive enzymes. Medieval beekeepers insisted sundews whispered secrets to hives, hence the term sticky situation. A droplet detaches, splitting into twin pearls mid-fall. You catch one on your tongue, it bursts into flavors. Burned caramel, wet chalk, an ex-lover's perfume. The other hits the soil, triggering a seismic shudder through the plant's roots. Pompeii frescoes depict similar flora devouring a senator, though experts maintain it's a poorly drawn octopus. 3 tendrils spiral upward, a languid choreography of hunger and hesitation. They cast shadows resembling family tree branches, severed, looping question marks. Your eyelids droop, the plant's motions blur into a pendulum's lull. Sleep researchers still crib notes from Loy Fuller's serpentine dances. Those silks weren't metaphor. A fly bumbles against the glass, triggering the sundew's slow motion lunge. Tendrils snap like whips, coil around each other instead. The plant stills embarrassed. Guidebooks claim carnivores show primitive intelligence. This one's clearly the guy who brought scissors to a sword fight. Your laugh fogs the terrarium. The sundew recoils from the heat. Its droplets dim, retreat, regroup. Cold creeps up your calves, the stone floor leaching warmth through worn shoe soles. 17 species of sundew thrive in Swedish peat bogs, all named after divorce lawyers. The plant unfurls anew, a client extending a business card. One droplet clings to your nail. It contains a distorted reflection of the moon beckoning. Your arm moves without consent, fingertip grazing a glistening spine. Pins and needles surge up your arm, the sensation of static television screens pressed to wet skin. The sundew arches, tremors radiating through its central stalk. You smell burnt sugar, hear mosquito wings, taste the color puce, whatever that means. A distant bell tolls once, twice. The plant collapses into itself. Its tendrils retract, curl, become a clenched fist. You exhale, not realizing you'd held breath for 36 seconds. The greenhouse dims, glass panes, exhaling condensation like a collective sigh. Your knees find a wicker stool. It groans under even your featherweight descent. The sundew's terrarium fogs over, its silhouette shrinking, gone. A lone dewdrop trails down the glass, carving a path through dust and moonlight. When you blink next, minutes or decades later, the plant has resurrected, tendrils spread in supplication. Its filaments glisten with fresh dew, or maybe tears. Your fingers remember the texture, cool, insistent, forgiving. Dawn stains the horizon indigo. The greenhouse holds its breath. You rise, joints crackling like seed pods. The sundew waves, or maybe just sways, its serenade ending on a half note. Your shoes crunch gravel as you retreat, each step lighter than the last. A tendril taps the glass once, twice, then stills. Warped floorboards creak beneath your soles. The apothecary's oak drawers loom like a pharmacy for ghosts. Nightshades label flakes under your thumb. Nostos's brass handle sticks like a tongue to frost. Tudor physicians prescribed belladonna eye drops for melancholic visions, never admitting half their patients died, winking at imaginary doves. A drawer hisses open on its own, revealing vials of dried frog heartstrings. Their labels boast guaranteed to mend broken courage. Results vary. You sneeze. Powdered violet pollen erupts from a mortar. It smells like grandmothers and parole hearings. The Nostos drawer finally relents. Its contents whisper in nasal baritones. Inside lie petrified figs, their seeds allegedly planted by Alexander's homesick soldiers. Historians still argue whether Macedonian armies really carried fig saplings, or just dysentery and poor life choices. A scrap of papyrus reeds mix with wine for 7-day memories. The ink blurs as you breathe. Your knuckle brushes a vial of thistledown. It unspools into a diaphanous scarf. 18th century smugglers wrapped contraband pearls in the stuff, until customs officers developed a sneezing epidemic. The scarf clings to your wrist, its fibers humming Dixieland tunes at frequencies only fillings perceive. Something rattles behind the nightshade panel, maybe seeds, maybe teeth. You lean closer. The wood exhales a sigh of burnt sage, and stepping on Lego, Victorian apothecaries added gold leaf to nightshade tinctures, not for potency, just to justify the sunset vibes markup. Cobwebs strung between drawers glisten with rogue mycelium. Lab reports confirm it's just petrified honey. 3 clay amulets dangle from a rusty hook, their cuneiform spells translated as naps required in case of emergency. Your laugh stirs the violet powder. It coalesces into a tiny bartender mixing spectral Negronis. The mortar goes bone dry when touched, its limestone pores snapping shut like Venus flytraps. You glimpse an engraving, paregoric for the soul. Byzantine monks allegedly drank this stuff before copying manuscripts, their margins filled with doodles of griffins riding unicycles. A drawer labeled soporific contains nothing but moth wings and regret. Each wingtip shines with bioluminescent gunk, the same glow found in tuberculosis sanitarium wallpaper. Guidebooks claim its ambience. Your corneas beg to differ. Your elbow bumps a shelf, sending a jar of liquid shadow cascading. It pools, spreads, becomes a stain shaped like Australia. Early optometrists used such spills for Rorschach tests. Most patients saw ex-lovers or badly cooked schnitzel. The Nosto's figs vibrate, now their whispers crescendoing into sea shanties. You press one to your ear. It murmurs orchard gossip from Persepolis. Archaeologists found similar figs in Crassus's gutted villa, though they blame squirrels, not sentimentality. Moonlight bleeds through a high window, transforming violet dust into airborne sequins. They settle on your shoulders, each fleck weighted with thousand-year-old lullabies. A drawer slams, spilling juniper berries that roll into Pythagorean formations. The last vial contains a single sesame seed. Its label promises portals. Probably, Mongol messengers allegedly swallowed these to bypass mountain passes. Fatalities blamed on poor spatial awareness. You pocket it. The seed pulses like a mute metronome. As you retreat, the drawers click shut in sequence. A wooden wave goodbye. The mortar exhales one final plume, violet ash spelling drink, water in fading cursive. Gravel crunches underfoot as the apothecary dims, its whispers dissolving into the clatter of distant teacups. Twilight stains lavender bundles burgundy. Their paper tags flutter like moths trapped in honey. You brush a desiccated bud. It powders your fingers with scent older than credit scores. Florentine perfumers once paid sailors in saffron to steal French lavender, though transport ships often arrived smelling suspiciously like laundry days. Dried chamomile crunches underfoot each step, releasing imprisoned summer air. A scrap of parchment flutters down, its colonial era cursive decreeing 10 grains lavender, 3 tears of repentant husband. You fold it into a paper plane. It nosedives into a clay urn labeled regrets, mild to moderate. The ceiling sags under herb bundles, arnica constellations, orbiting a rosemary eclipse. Tudor housewives hung vervain above cradles to repel night goblins. Parenting advice unchanged, since demons preferred breast milk. A cobweb drapes your shoulder. Its architect sits, balancing 8 paintbrushes like a tiny malfunctioning octopus. Palinc priests burned lavender during solar eclipses. Their scrolls claiming smoke revealed future lovers in the stars. Modern reenactors swear it works, provided you squint and recently divorced. Your sleeve catches on a time bunch. 37 stems snap at once. C-sharp notes resonating through rafters. Historians still argue whether medieval herbalists actually played botanical sonatas or just had excellent tinnitus. You find a jar of crystallized, dated 1742. Its label warns for external existential crises only. Unscrewing the lid unleashes the aroma of cold Earl Grey and unanswered texts. 14 ladybugs cascade out, their spots spelling MENE, MENETEKEL in entomological braille. A mahogany press leans against wainscoting, its screw tensioned to crush roses into time capsules. Beneath the plate rests a single pressed poppy petals, arranged to mimic Louis XIV's receding hairline. Versailles gardeners, apparently moonlit as floral satirists, risking the Bastille for one good hellebore caricature. Your shadow stretches across burlap sacks, each stenciled with obsolete ailments. Hysteria bulges with mugwort. Ague deflates like a teenager's resolve. The spontaneous combustion bag contains only ash and a tiny fire extinguisher charm. Lightning cracks outside for 3 seconds. The room becomes a cyanotype photograph. 812 dried herbs cast X-ray shadows, revealing mouse bones in the catnip stores. Rain drums the roof in 5/4 time, whether underground groups would kill for this B-side. A haywire humidity gauge spins between Tuscan summer and Mordor. You lick the air. It tastes like lyre music and lithium batteries. Between rafters dangle braids of garlic so ancient. They've developed pension plans and strong opinions about lawns. The last light catches a mosaic of broken perfume bottles, their colors pooled like melted crayons. Venetian glass blurs once embedded gold leaf in absinthe green vessels, until patrons kept drinking the containers. Your boot crunches shards. They squeal like stepped-on bagpipes. As you leave, the bead curtain parts with a casino slot sound effect. 3 lavender petals cling to your collar, their final gift. Behind you, pressed flowers gossip in ultraviolet, debating whether you'll return before they crumble into library paste. The oak door groans shut its protest, smothered by velvet drapery, older than cafeteria sushi. You face a slope-fronted escritoire, its surface pockmarked by inkblot archipelagos. Empty wells gape like startled mouths, one still oozing something between pitch and regret. Renaissance scribes allegedly licked their nibs for smoother flow, a career move explaining their short lifespans and dramatic love letters. Your thumbnail catches a groove. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's ox etched by some bored cleric. Parchment scraps curl like fiddleheads. Half-finished sonnets about turnips and erectile dysfunction. A quill bristles with split ends, its feather molting in real time. 18th century etiquette manuals forbidding semicolons after sundown. Officially, your new sleepwalking justification. The chair accepts you with arthritic creaks, its rush seat exhaling spores of 1912. Beneath the writing slope, a hidden compartment yawns. Inside, piles of orphaned commas and a single end dash still humming its neglected thesis. Historians still argue whether medieval monks stored communion wafers in these slots or just really hated sharing office supplies. Dust motes settle into umlauts above a vellum fragment, transcribed this day, Anno Domini 1431. Ran out of black ink, used crushed ladybugs, and regret. You sniff the page. It smells like expired lipstick and tax audits. The Habsburg court once mandated scarlet ink for all royal decrees, a tradition abandoned after 7 scribes mistook their cuttlefish ink for cherry cordial. Your elbow brushes a porcelain dish, 32 copper nibs skitter across wormholed wood. One rolls off the edge, takes 9 seconds to hit the floor, leaves a dent shaped like Uruguay. Apothecaries sold quill-sharpening tonics laced with opium, ostensibly for steady hands, unofficially for surviving transcription marathons. Moonlight sluices through leaded panes, etching your hands with counterfeit wrinkles. The inkwell's dregs shimmer. Charles Dickens allegedly stole his famous opening lines from a Newcastle brewery's emergency exit placard. You dip a pinky. The sludge adheres like sentient maple syrup. 19 frozen midges float inside a Pleistocene entomology museum tour. Beneath the blotter, pressed lilies masquerade as Rorschach tests. A margin note insists Queen Anne's lace cures melancholia. Or was it explosive diarrhea? Restoration. Playwrights hid coded gossip in their manuscripts. Stage directions, like exit pursued by debt collector, never made the first folio. Your breath stirs a receipt from 1693, paid in full. 1 love potion, 2 emergency exorcisms, 20% gratuity for spectral activity. The ink radiates leftover panic, a tremor preserved in iron gall. Ottoman scribes once wrote entire tax codes using ink brewed from pomegranate rinds and public humiliation. A draft animates the quill. It inscribes phantom loops on dust. Paleographers recently deciphered a monk's grocery list hidden in illuminated capitals. Turns out Gregorian chants were sponsored by medieval DoorDash. You trace a watermark. The papermaker's logo depicts a duck with a migraine. The chairback carvings squirm under touch, woodgrain resolving into miniature prison breaks and botched tea parties. Someone's wedding ring has worn a canyon into the armrest, decades of rotating stress, while drafting codicils and passive-aggressive thank you notes. Stagnant ink thickens as you watch developing opinions, forming alliances, planning a coup. When Victorian clerks caught ink lung from moldy ledgers, their cure involved surprise, inhaling more ink. You pocket a dried-out gum Arabic cube. It dissolves on your tongue like sugared pencil shavings. Shadows pool at the escritoire's base, seeping upward like brewing espresso. Footsteps sound in the corridor. Pause. Continue. But your reflection in the inkwell already shows you asleep. Fountain pen, uncapped, drafting goodbye letters to wakefulness. The leaded glass bites into your forearm, a December cold reminder that windows predate central heating. Moonlight slicks across diamond panes, warping into liquid silver that pools in the tarnish between. 17th century Venetian glassmakers once added mercury to create mirrors, their workshops fogged with poison and vomit. This window's different. Its imperfections brew a carnival mirror hallucination. The courtyard below ripples, a pond reflection of itself. Ghost willows bending where real ones stand rigid. You fog the glass with a breath for a heartbeat. The garden flips upside down, peonies blooming through flagstones. Historians still argue whether leaded glass distortions inspired early psychedelic art or just gave medieval glaziers a contact high. Your thumbnail finds a glazier's mark, a crescent moon bruised by 200 winters. Renaissance apothecaries sold lunar tinctures claiming to capture moonbeams in vials. Reviews were mixed, and customers were often luminous. A crack runs through the central pane, a lightning bolt frozen mid-strike. Touch it, the fissure thrums like a plucked cello string. 8 generations of Cloister cats have sharpened claws here, their etchings overlapping into a Morse code of feline grievances. Your breath steadies, the mercury light thickens, the glass softens like overworked taffy. Someone once told you leaded windows filter time, not light. The math checks out. 7 panes, 70 minutes past midnight, your pulse drumming 12-second intervals. That weird alchemist from Bruges, what was his name? Wright Folk van der Zee swore mercury mirrors could trap souls mid-sneeze. His grimoire's 5th chapter, on capturing the ghost of a sigh. The garden's sundial stretches like taffy, its shadow pointing to Horam Somni, a numeral invented by narcoleptic horologists. You count 11 moth corpses in the windowsill, their wings folded into origami death certificates. Your reflection warps, nose elongating, chin doubling, pupils swallowing irises whole. Tudor housemaids called this the witch's hourglass, when window reflections showed your future self, or possibly just needed better optometrists. Ice feathers across the glass. You draw a smiley face, watch it melt into a tragedy mask. The cloister's lone birch tree rattles its branches, shaking loose a snowfall of dead ladybugs in 1823. A British naturalist catalogued 87 species that mistake leaded windows for mating grounds. His journal entry: April 12th, beetles again send help. Frost etches a map across the pane, Quebec, by way of drunken cartographer. You trace the St. Lawrence River. It throbs blue under your fingertip. Medieval glaziers fermented goat urine to clean glass. The smell reportedly cured insomnia through sheer horror. Your cheek sticks to the window, sweat and centuries of congealed wood smoke performing amateur dermis exfoliation. The central pane exhales a benzene-scented whisper. You jerk back your nose an inch from glass. The courtyard blanks, then repaints itself in negative, peonies black moon white, gravel glowing like irradiated bone. Parisian spiritualists swore vibrating window panes channeled messages from dead architects. Usually complaints about modern renovation trends. Moonlight coagulates in the putty lines, mercury rising. Literally, a bubble in the glass births your reflection's doppelganger, waving from 1699. You wave back, it dissolves into a Rorschach blot, shaped like Pennsylvania. That pamphlet you skimmed in the vestibule, lead poisoning and visionary states. A love story suddenly feels less hysterical. Your elbows sink deeper into the sash, the wood groaning like a trampled harpsichord. 4 stories down, a hedge, sculpted like Hippocrates' winks, with peppermint oil eyes. Mercury drips down the pane, or is it condensation? A 1920s ad promised window silver polish for seeing your true love's face. 327 lawsuits later, they rebranded as shoe wax. The lead came squirm under your palms, a capillary maze directing moonlight into your bloodstream. Blink, the garden doubles again. Now twin courtyards mirroring each other into infinity. A moth lands on your knuckle, its wings dusted with the same silver filigree as the Habsburgs' ceremonial hairpins. You flick it off, watch it spiral into a constellation of no particular significance. Cold seeps through your sleeves, the kind that bypasses flesh, straight to bone archives. The glass remembers every face pressed against it. Novices, heretics, that one botanist who taste-tested mescaline-laced ferns. Your breath sinks with the window's tremors, inhaling mica dust, exhaling fogged sonnets. 3 panes crack in unison, a sound like God snapping celery sticks. The garden stills its pond reflection, solidifying into stained glass. You count 6 koi made of moonlight, 13 lilies cut from abalone shell. Dutch tulip speculators once traded stained glass windows as collateral. Right before the market, remembered glass breaks. Your fingers curl against the lead seams, their chill now a thrumming vital alive. Muscles unwind, thoughts slacken, the glass drinks your pulse like a forgotten vintage. When the Cloister bell chimes, it's underwater distant, a shipwreck's dinner gong. Your reflection mimes the word somnus, somnus, somus, the last syllable eroded by a yawn. Mercury pools at the sill, climbs your wrist, writes its atomic number on your skin. Somewhere, folk van der Zee applauds, or maybe it's just your teeth chattering. The final pain shivers, a liquid shiver, a quicksilver shrug. You lean harder, until ribs imprint the came, until the garden's dual reality becomes a single, undeniable lie. Ivy creaks upward, etching hypotheses against brick. Your eyelids dip, blinks stretching INT. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, each glance stealing less light. Under hallucination, overtired, the window becomes what windows become, just a hole with ideas. Moonlight abandons the glass, the courtyard reverts to stone and ennui. A frost blister pops, the sound of a starved synapse firing. You peel your face from the pain, leaving behind temple prints, DNA, unanswered questions about Renaissance glacier unions. The cloister inhales. You exhale mercury, retreats into abstract metaphor. Downstairs, a door latches, or unlatches geography for another script. The cedar box exhales a breath of rendered bare fat and abandonment. You flinch as acorns cascade across flagstones. Each peach pit wears a label tattooed in indigo spirals within spirals, whispering of forgotten lexicons. Assyrian grain vaults used similar symbols, cuneiform bullets shouting stormy, plant me, forget me. Your pinky traces a divot where termites breached defenses, their mud tunnels fossilized into hieroglyphic taunts. One acorn rolls into your boot shadow, its cap a miniature Phrygian helmet. You stoop, knees cracking like papyrus scrolls in August heat. The carving greets you first. Sleep now, dig later etched by a blade sharper than parental disappointment. Historians still argue whether medieval seed caches were agricultural insurance or attempts to grow new saints from martyrs. Fingernails. Your thumbnail fits the groove perfectly, as if the wood remembered your handprint centuries before skin existed. Dust motes swarm like stirred hornets, each particle glowing with the smugness of undisturbed decades. 3 peach pits form a Pythagorean cult in your palm. Their fissures spelling mu letter 1 FC6 lambda omicron nu in Attic Greek. Renaissance botanists claimed peach stones could record dreams if placed under pillows. Results included 1 verified prophecy and 12 cases of impromptu Sanskrit recitation. You pocket the triad, their pits warming to blood temperature before reaching your coat lining. The box's interior whispers of dendrochronology, 200 growth rings pressed into scabrous wood. Your index finger maps a lightning strike from Elizabethan summers. The scorch mark pulses like a stopped watch. Someone left a willow switch coiled at the bottom, its bark sloughing off in Morse code confessions. 17th century gardeners buried switches to ward off witches, and also landscapers with poor topiary opinions. A label detaches, fluttering like a moth with a death wish. You catch it mid-spiral. The dots align into a zodiac only slugs would recognize. Quercus humilis declares the cursive text. Though the oak species went extinct, WHEN, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, still had a navy. Your breath stirs the ink. It reshapes into a caricature of Linnaeus scowling over bad taxonomy. Crushed lovage seeds stick to your cuff, their celery-adjacent scent masking the box's underlying musk of wronged saints. You kneel floor tiles imprinting kneecaps with a braille sermon on humility. 5 acorns rock in a dent, their movements too synchronized for non-sentient objects. 18th century French nuns wrote of dancing acorns predicting rainfall. You count 7 bobs, prepare for drought. The carving serifs bite your thumb, a papier-mâché sting. Blood pearls at the cut, plinks onto an acorn's bald spot. Iron-rich droplets warp the symbol. Now reading scream now, dig never. A breeze tousles your hair, the kind that bypasses hairstyle. Straight to scalp insolence, that pamphlet in the apothecary, horticultural hauntings. When botany breaks bad, suddenly feels under-researched. You exhale through your nose, the cedar scent now curdled with wet wolf fur. Roots snake through the box's joints, drinking the decades like overripe port. One rootlet caresses your wrist, its touch sparking the same frisson as licking a garnet ring. 16th century miners believed roots guided them to gems. Then bill collectors adapted the technique. Moonlight strikes the label pile, their symbols levitate. Rorschach constellations over a diorama of your bad decisions. You swipe a hand through projections. They adhere like ectoplasmic cobwebs. 4 peach pits roll into a phalanx formation, their cracked armor glinting with albino mildew. Byzantine generals used similar tactics against Persians, substituting peaches for soldiers and dysentery for honor. The willow switch uncoils, a greenwood accusation. You snap it. The crack echoes through the cloister's tympanic architecture. 3 nuns ghosting through the hallway pause, their wimples tilting in unison like puzzled mushrooms. The switch's sap smells of vinegar and verboten apologies. It draws a quatrain on your palm before shriveling. Your shin connects with the box. Acorns erupt like shrapnel in reverse. One strikes a hanging lamp. The flame dims, recants dies. Darkness pools around ankles, a velvet coo displacing shadows you'd sworn loyalty to. Your toes brush something ovular, a seed pod vibrating with the vigor of undelivered eulogies. Lightning bugs colonize the air, their abdomens spelling out merci, merci, merci in Morse code. You trap one mid-glow, its bioluminescence leaching into your lifeline. The 1893 Chicago World's Fair featured a bacterial lamp fueled by firefly enzymes. It illuminated 3 exhibits before combusting into a parable about hubris. The floor tilts, or maybe your inner ear betrays you. Flagstones ripple, becoming a mosaic of the Caspian Sea during mating season. You close eyes, inhale through through a nettle-stuffed nostril. Count the 7 sins of Renaissance topiary. When vision returns, the cedar box sits primly closed, innocent as a coroner's first case. Blood dries tacky on the acorn. It now weighs as much as a cannonball, or maybe a hummingbird's regret. You roll it between palms. The etched symbol transfers onto skin, a temporary tattoo of imperatives. Historians still argue whether Turin's holy shroud is really a medieval mushroom spore print. Your throbbing thumb votes yes. A root pierces your soul, pain's purity, cutting through all that metaphorical topsoil. You yank, it withdraws, dragging a molar, and 3 copper coins minted under Nero. The box shutters its contents, rearranging into a tableau vivant of your mother's herb garden. Catnip sways where rosemary should bristle, the mint patch replaced by a yawning sinkhole. Your fist meets cedar, a thunk amplifies through hollow chambers. The box coughs up a final offering, a scroll case sealed with wax and indecision. You snap the seal, it tastes of black honey and Waldensian heresies. Unfurled parchment reveals a map to gardens that never grew their boundaries, dissolving where your tears strike vellum. Acorn bloodstains have congealed into continents, a cartography of forced penance. You fold the map into a lung creases, aligning with bronchial highways. 4 coughs later, paper confetti litters the floor, each scrap imprinted with dig now, sleep later. The cloister bell tolls its vibrations, erasing symbols from wood, skin, history. You pocket a final peach pit, its fissure winks as shadows reclaim the bower. 16 steps toward the exit, 14 stumbled, your heel grinds, acorns into dietary fiber and grudges. The door looms, its handle shaped like a question mark, pried from an inquisitor's manual. You grip, turn, exhale a cloud of spores and unresolved allegories. Behind the cedar box clicks shut a sound like vertebrae settling into soil. Your thumbnail throbs, etching sleep now into the doorframe. As you pass, dig later, dig never, dig maybe tomorrow. Moonlight greases the floral clock's gears. Daisy faces slam shut like coin purses emptied by pickpockets. Marigolds recoil into vegetable sarcophagi, their saffron scent lingering like a dare. You've read about Edinburgh's first floral clock, 1903, engineered to honor a traffic cone shortage or something. The lotus's last petal slaps the water, a diva exiting stage left before the curtain call. Only night blooming Sirius remains, stretching ivory limbs toward celestial overtime pay. Its perfume arrives late, a vanilla burnt caramel fog that colonizes your sinuses. Your pinky brushes a stamen. It leaves pollen hieroglyphs, predicting 3 a.m. regrets. Victorians through midnight bloom voyeur parties for these flowers. Champagne flutes swapped for opera glasses and existential dread. Historians still argue whether floral clocks evolved from sundial envy or some drunk herbalist's bet. The Sirius yawns wider a cataract eye staring into time's soft underbelly. Petals creak like ship rigging, each flex expanding the air's viscosity. You hiccup, the taste clarifies. Kombucha brewed in Plato's laundry hamper. Your shadow dives into the clock's center, ripples, distorting its digital age hunch into art nouveau curves. 3 fireflies skate across the blossom's throat, their flight pattern spelling mercy in vapor trails. One crash lands on your earlobe, its abdomen pulsing Morse code for abandoned ship. You flick it gingerly. The bug spirals into a dew-filled tulip, nature's version of a life raft. Stone numerals around the clock face sweat lichen, their Roman posture crumbling under modern math's mockery. VII oozes green, becomes a drooling XI, or maybe a drunk IV. Your toe prods a loosened cobblestone. It dislodges with the indignity of a pulled molar. Below, clockwork gears rust into Rorschach smudges. The Sirius hisses, a sound felt in fillings. Its nectar quivers, forms a black pearl that plinks into your collar. 18th century perfumers sold Sirius tears as truth serums. Customers mostly confessed to mediocre embroidery and tax evasion. You dab the sludge behind each ear, prepare for interrogations about stolen office pens. Petals slump their edges, browning like forgotten library books. Time stretches, snaps back, leaves a welt on the atmosphere. You count the second hand's flowerlets. 27, 26, 25. Each wilts in reverse order, an apology to chrononauts. Your wristwatch suicides, its hands eloping to form a limp sundial on your arm. Roots breach the clock's mosaic, twitching as they strangle numerals into botanical sentence fragments. XII becomes a ligature of ivy and regret. IX dissolves into dandelion pulp. You sidestep a root loop. Your heel squashes the 18th century tulip bubble in floral form. A beetle clicks across the Sirius, its shell gleaming like Depression-era patent leather. It drags a petal shard of flag, surrendering to no one. The flower's pistil ticks, a metronome synced to narcoleptic glaciers. Your knees buckle, capitate bones, grinding against flagstones, spray painted by pigeon feudalism. Lightning splits the sky, or maybe a camera flash from God's paparazzi. The Sirius seizes the moment, unfurls its final petal with a wet pop. Time liquefies, drips down your chin as edible clock oil. You catch a drop on your tongue. It evaporates into yesterday's breakfast conversation about dental floss futures. Dawn's first photon torpedoes the scene. The groggy clock face mutters something in photosynthetic pig Latin. Petals shudder for their daytime vigil. A single dewdrop remains balancing on the Sirius's stigma like a trapeze artist with nihilism. You lean in your breath, sends it cartwheeling into the great floral snooze button of 9 a.m. Your fingernail snags on the compendium's warped cover. It parts like a stage curtain, revealing grease-stained pages. Valerian root illustrations swim beneath thumbprint smears. someone's oily obsession with dormitive herbs immortalized in lard. Historians confirm ancient Greeks crushed valerian into wine, their version of spiking chamomile tea with Xanax. The margins crawl with notes. Rest is theft. Sleep is sabotage. A pressed poppy winks at you from the gutter, its dried sap still reeking of 19th century dentist chairs. You lift the cover, suede binding, exhales 3 centuries of wormhood and monastic BO. Pages stick together. A bibliographic millefeuille of foxing stains and forgotten cures. A footnote mentions hushed willow, its bark allegedly muffled snores during the peasants' revolt. Scholarly types still bicker whether medieval herbalists spiked sleepy tonics into guard's ale or just sucked at botany. Your thumb traces a greasy spiral. It leaves your fingerprint in debt to some long-dead librarian's lunch. Moonlight slinks through a cracked lancet window, illuminating a recipe for draft of unasked questions. Ingredients include 6 tears from a widowed owl and mortar, dust from a paused clock. You snort. The sound startles a spider knitting a hammock between insomnia and leprous roses. Its web vibrates, transmitting gossip about Napoleon's sleep mask collection. The vellum buckles as you turn a page. A pressed nightshade flower pirouettes into your lap. Its label claims it's from Marie Antoinette's moon garden, though it's probably from a New Jersey Wegmans. A stain blossoms beneath your elbow. The ink reforms into a tiny fist shaking at capitalism. You lean closer. The compendium whispers 12 stolen hours built Chartres Cathedral. Marginalia erupts, ink blots morph, INT. Oh, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Matchstick men. Reenacting the Boston Tea Party with chamomile sacks. Their miniature protests end when a coffee-stained cavalry charges. A dried beetle carcass serves as casualty, its iridescent wings folded like surrender flags. Your breath stirs the page. The survivors scatter into the gutter. Footsteps echo above someone's dragging a sack of yawning nettles across floorboards. The compendium slams shut, trapping your pinky in a chapter titled Bribing Morpheus. A practical guide. You yelp. A dust cloud erupts, smelling of burnt sage and librarian spite. Your freed finger glows faintly, emitting a light that could guide moths to poor life choices. A pressed thistle slips loose. Its sticker reads, collected during Beethoven's 72-hour composing binge. Makes tea taste like lost hearing. You pocket it, instant heirloom. The spine crackles. A hidden compartment disgorges a lock of hair bound with cobweb. The attached note claims it's Hypnos's split ends. But split ends can't hold grudges like this. Wind riffles pages. They settle on a manic diagram of a pillow fort siege engine. Calculations suggest it could hurl melatonin gummies over castle walls. Arrows point to a doodled knight clutching a stuffed ermine. Caption reads, Duke of Drowse, 1412, killed by a misplaced comma in his lullaby. You snicker. The sound mummifies in the air. The greasy fingerprints darken, forming a map to a chapter called Nap Nihilism. Here, a 16th century monk's marginal rant declares siestas holier than communion wafers. His inkblot beard grows across the page, strangling a doodle of an alarm clock demon. You press your palm to the paper. It pulses faintly, a circadian rhythm out of rhythm. Moonlight fades. Dawn licks the herbarium's windows. The compendium groans shut, its clasp clicking like a frustrated metronome. One last whisper slides out. They tried to tax our dreams in 1632. We napped through the revolution. Your shadow peels off the wall, leaves without you to join the dimming stars. Your shadow's betrayal still smarts, but the loom's mossy tapestry drinks it greedily. Silver threads braid through sphagnum like bronchial tubing, each stitch breathing without lungs. A tapestry hangs slanted, half woven, half wild lichen swallowing its edges in slow green increments. Needles slumber in the weave, their eyes threaded shut with spider silk sutures. You press a palm to the fabric. It thrums, a pulse mimicking 14th century French tries tapestries known for lulling nobles into strategic naps. Some claim Catherine de Medici commissioned similar hangings, their patterns designed to hypnotize dinner guests into advantageous marriages. The moss here smells different, sharp and coppery, like armor polish left in a damp church. A dropped needle pricks your thumb, 3 blood beads bloom, absorbed by hungry lichen. The spot darkens into a poppy-shaped stain marking our XIII. The silent stitch. Historians still argue whether medieval healers used lichen in cough syrups or just embroidered their regrets into burial shrouds. You lean closer. The tapestry's bronchial branches part, revealing a beetle-stitched comet trailing cinnabar thread. Wind sneaks through a cracked clear story. Lichen tendrils sway toward the phantom breeze. Their movement syncs with your eyelids. Down, up, down. Botany buffs whisper about a German chapel where ivy grows toward buried bells, their vibrations guiding roots like subterranean lullabies. Here, the moss leans west, always west, as if pulled by a sunset 3 centuries past. One thread glows, quicksilver strand vibrating like a snatched violin note. You tug it. The tapestry exhales dust, tasting of parchment and papal indulgences. 8 stitches unravel, revealing a hidden compartment stuffed with moth-eaten velvet. Inside, bone needles etched with minuscule sheet music. A label frayed beyond legibility. Hints, these once mendied soul sacks for Venetian dream merchants. Their linen pouches, said to trap nightmares for resale. The oldest needle bears a speck of azurite. Scholars recently proved it matches lapis lazuli from 12th century Afghan mines. You hum a C-sharp, the needle shivers, etching a stave into your thumbnail. Copper filaments snake across the floor. They coil around your ankle, polite but persistent. The loom creaks awake, its heddle frame clattering like a clockwork monk's jaw. Unwoven threads rise, a suspended forest of argent veins awaiting transfusion. Your knuckle brushes a lichen patch. It squeaks, actually squeaks, like a church mouse chastised for nibbling hymnals. 3 ghostly thimbles materialize, each engraved with a sleeping cherub's face. Choose wrong, and legend says you'll darn socks for the restless dead. You pick the middle one. Its cherub winks, the thimble fusing to your finger with a monk seal grip. The loom approves, shuttles dart faster, weaving your shadow's outline into the tapestry's lower hem. Devout types used to call this God's embroidery, a divine stitchwork repairing worn souls. Cynics note the silk matches robes worn by 15th century charlatans selling absolution lace. You spot your own hair in the weave now, streaks of gray you swear weren't there at dawn. The loom's rhythm shifts, a loping 3/4 time that saps your knees. Silver threads climb your wrists, harmless, until you notice their pattern matches your veins. A forgotten rhyme surfaces. Thread the breath, spare the death, mend the edge, break the pledge. The lichen murmurs approval, its spores drifting into your nostrils like disobedient incense. Midnight tangles the threads. Suddenly everything's snarls and sighs. The tapestry sags. Bovine eyes blink in its depths. A half-woven minotaur yawning in some linen labyrinth. Your thimbled finger moves on its own, darning the chaos into tidy cross-stitch. The compendium's grease stains left muscle memory for this, though no one warned you about THE Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, finger numbness. Dew seeps through the ceiling, lichen plumpins, glowing like St. Elmo's fire over drowsy ships. The loom stills, its final stitch loops through your left pupil. No pain, just the sensation of a tapestry brushstroke sealing your sight. When you blink, the world softens, edges blurred, as if viewed through medieval glass. The needles vanish, their eyelets snapping shut. All that remains is your shadow, rewoven and slightly improved, its posture straighter, its hands idle in a way yours never manage. You exit backward. The tapestry licks its threads clean of your presence. A single phrase hums in the warp and weft. Sleep is the weaver's tax. We paid in advance. Dawn needles the horizon. The loom exhales a hiss that lingers like a blue note in a long-dead composer's margin. Dawn's splintered light finds you before the cupboard, its celadon glaze crackled like dried riverbeds. The key waits, iron gone to rust flour, its teeth gnawing through time as much as lock. Remember those bone needles from the loom. This turn clicks softer, a cellar door sighing after decades shut. Inside, 12 teacups glazed the green of drowned ships. Each holds a black resin lump, myrrh smuggled through 6 sieges, according to auction records from Alexandria. One saucer winks up, cobalt letters, insisting drink the dark. You poke the gummy blob, it sticks like trauma to memory. Historians still argue whether Cleopatra's famed pearl vinegar cocktail actually dissolved gems, or just her enemies' common sense. The smallest cup fits your palm, its curve copied from a 9th-century Persian poison taster's model. Carbon dating proved 3 in this set were used for Athenian jury bribes. Honeyed hemlock in floral motifs. You sniff resin stings with church incense and something womb damp. Bologna University keeps papers debating if medieval nuns drank myrrh tinctures to mute desires or amplify visions of a less celibate Christ. A petalash snowdrift coats the shelf below. Violet remains, maybe iris, ground finer than a pharaoh's eyeliner. Your sleeve brushes it. Ashes rise in a murmuration, spelling noli me tanger. Cute trick. Less cute. The way your shadow now clings to the cupboard door, stitched there by yesterday's loom. First sip floods your tongue with burnt honey and moth wings. Second sip, basement mildew, and a top note of Versailles unwashed wigs. By the third, you're tasting Roman graffiti. Marcus sucks in acrid oak gall. The cup's base hides a miniature portrait. Some Habsburg chin with a lazy eye. You almost miss the saucer's second command beneath the dregs. Now apologize to the dark. Floorboards creak a warning. The cupboard's back panel slides, revealing a spice rack of obsidian vials. Labels list ingredients like midnight in Ghent and scholastic despair. Bottled during final exams, 1242, 1 cork leaks. ITS Chinese letter. Fortress, shaped stains spreading like a chessboard on pine. Your pinky dips into the ooze. It hums the dye's eerie at pitch. Only molars here. Apothecary Guild records show Wolfgang Amadeus tried scoring requiems using similar resonances. Gave up when the inkwells screamed. You wipe the goo on your hem. It phases through fabric to tattoo your thigh with eighth notes. Faint giggling rises from a thimble-sized drawer. Inside, 72 carved onyx, mice pulling a sapphire pumpkin coach, pest control scrolls from Edo period Kyoto mention noblemen, hiring jewelers to create unchewable cheese baubles. Results mixed. The lead mouse's eyes follow you, judging your life choices harder than a Carthusian abbot. A hidden hinge groans. The entire left panel becomes a dumbwaiter descending into wall guts. Pulley ropes frayed, smelling of mulberry and last rites. You send down the Habsburg cup as tribute. Minutes later, it returns cradling a moth pupa wrapped in vellum. The note, a shopping list for dragon's spleen and virgin parchment, actually virginal this time. Lichen creeps across the ceiling, each tendril tip penning sonnets in condensate. You catch a stanza comparing your earlobe to a flaccid Cromwellian mitten. Poetry's safer when plants do it. The last teacup trembles its myrrh blob, levitating into a perfect obsidian orb. It floats toward your lips, stops, waits. Etiquette guides from the Han Dynasty are fuzzy on sentient beverage decorum. You bow. It curtsies. 7 sips later, your bones feel carbonated. The cupboard shelves ripple, arranging themselves by shades of existential dread. A hidden cubby coughs up a pewter flask labeled for emergency levity. Inside, Roman punch recipe Ada Lovelace, transcribed during her Petrarchan sonnet phase. Mix absinthe with starling's laughter shake until Newton weeps. Dust motes swirl into a miniature Norwich, complete with butter churn cathedral. Your exhale topples a haycart. The ensuing peasant revolt lasts 3 blinks. Historians still argue whether the little people of Antwerp were dwarves, drunkards, or mass hallucinations from ergot-laced rye. You pocket a tiny maypole. Its ribbons stain your palm like forgotten blame. The final cup cracks, its shards reforming into a cicada pendant. Pin mechanism sticks. You jab your thumb, blood droplet, absorbed by thirsty jade. Mongol riders wore similar pieces to outdrone steppe winds, though yours thrums with Gregorian chant. When you shut the cupboard, the key sighs itself back into rust. Your shadow peels off the door reshaped. Its hands now cup a miniature celadon vessel, steam rising in braided tendrils. Drink me, not this century. The floor accepts the leftover myrrh gurgling satisfaction as it sinks through oak planks married long past death. Dawn's fully hatched now, gold elbowing through leaded glass. You exit backward, the cupboard's latch hanging open like a question, like a lung mid-breath. 3 words echo from its ceramic throat. We'll keep practicing. Ivy fingers pry apart the bell tower's stones, each leaf tapping against leaded glass like a sparrow's heartbeat. You tilt your head in Morse code spelling rest. Rest, rest in chlorophyll rhythms. The clapper hangs mute, its bronze throat stuffed with centuries of spider silk and swallow nests. Yet the air thrums, a submerged cathedral bell ringing leagues underwater. Moonlight slicks the spiral stairs, each step worn concave by sextons who measured nights in matins and primes. Tudor records show bell towers doubled as plague warning systems, though this one's groan feels older, Anglo-Saxon lungs rasping through limestone. Your shadow climbs ahead, stretching thin as vellum over the steps, scalloped hollows at the belfry's throat. A chaos of pigeons erupts, wings fluting through louvers in a rhythmic hosannas. One feather drifts, barbules catching the moon like a psalm etched in cursive. You pocket it, quill of the unsung. Historians still argue whether medieval stonemasons hid sin, stones in bell towers, carved reliefs of grotesques to trap demons mid-flight. The ivy within has gone feral. Kudzu meets Book of Kells, vines knot into Celtic triquetras around the bell's yoke, sap oozing where greenery cinches the iron. You press a palm to the metal. It thrums with a C-sharp minor chord. Musicology texts claim Handel stole his water music harmonics from empty bell towers, but never proved which ones. Your eyelash picks the wrong moment to fall, blinking. You miss the ivy's rearrangement. Now the leaves spell memento mori. Then memento coffee, a botanical prankster with tenure. Renaissance herbalists insisted nightshade-fed ivy could transcribe dreams. Hence, all those accidental poisonings at the Medici breakfast table. 16 pigeon eggs glow in a roost nest, albumin sacs, translucent as papal bowls. The mother bird side-eyes you, judging your life's work against her clutch. You retreat downstairs, treads creaking the dye's eerie in reverse. Halfway down, the ivy's shadow stretches unnaturally, a silhouette of Kyphosis Jones, famed Welsh hermit who lived 12 years in a tuba factory. The tower's base exhales wet chalk and bat guano, a perfume even myrrh can't fix. Your nape prickles. Something plucks a cobweb harp between oak beams. Above, the bell remains still, but its sound lingers in your joints, a subcutaneous hum. Forensic botanists recently proved some English ivy emits 27 Hz frequencies when stressed, coincidentally the same pitch as a terrified humpback whale. A rusted toolbox spills archaic tuning wrenches and mummified mice. Beneath them, a ledger of bell, repairs dating to 1417, marginalia detailing how the Black Death made C# the key of crossing over. Your thumb smudges an entry about silencing the bell during funerals. Let the dead have their quietus. Wind shoulders through arrow slits. The ivy outside now taps nevermore in iambic pentameter. You counter with 3 coughs, receiving a leafy bless you in reply. Night air carries rosemary and impending drizzle, but the tower clings to its chord C# minor with a grace note of rust. One final look upward. The ivy's silhouette mimics your own posture, slouched, curious, the left knee slightly rebellious. As you exit, the tower releases a soundless pulse, rippling your shirt collar, vibrating your molars into cotton. It follows you past the herbarium gates, a toothless grin ringing in the marrow. Your shadow walks differently now, left foot landing a half-beat late, as if still climbing those moonlit stairs. The bell tower shrinks behind you, ivy rearranging itself into a spiral, a question mark, a lullabies fermata. Steam kisses the greenhouse glass. Each pane weeps chlorophyll tears down warped lead seams. You push inside, warmth hugging you like a feverish ant who overdoes the jasmine perfume. Victorian estate records show these structures cost more than servant wages for a decade, glass being pricier than peasant sweat. Fern tongues uncurl as you pass their fiddleheads, ticking like metronomes set to largo. A trowel lies rusting beneath a maidenhair fern, blade pitted with orange continents. Its handle bears teeth marks, whether from a stressed gardener or a beaver with landscape ambitions. You kneel, palms sinking into sphagnum moss that breathes out peat and Permian memories. 19th century tabloids swore the Drosophilum lusitanicum could predict stock markets, hence its nickname Midas dew. Vines snake across copper pipes, their leaves etching lullabies in condensation. You squint, the droplets arrange into sheet music for woodwinds no human lips could play. A staghorn fern quivers, its antler-like fronds dusted with spores that glow faintly blue. Botanists still argue whether this bioluminescence evolved to attract moths or repel ice-age toddlers. Your sleeve catches on a pitcher plant, its nectar rim sticky with promises. Inside, a half-dissolved beetle waves antennae in slow motion. You murmur an apology. Its mandibles click Morse for worth it. The ambrosia was sublime. Above, banana leaves drip syncopated rhythms into zinc buckets. Nature's cover of Ravel's Bolero played at 16 RPM. The air thickens, oxygen drunk on photosynthesis. You graze a corpse flower's bud. It shudders like a theater curtain before Act V legend claims Prince Albert imported one to outdo Victoria's roses, only to find it reeked of rancid pork. The royal gardener accidentally let it freeze. A diplomatic incident avoided by mutual pretense. Epiphyte roots dangle like loom threads, weaving shadows into a tapestry of thirsty geometry. One strand brushes your ear, whispering sucrose secrets. You follow it to a terrarium where ghost orchids float, petals translucent as dried dragonfly wings. A placard warns, "Do not touch," in 6 languages, plus a crudely drawn skull wearing a party hat. Rain patters the roof, each drop hissing as it slides down hot glass. You spot the infamous Mendel's forbidden pea behind chicken wire, its pods suspiciously plump. Hybridized in a Brno monastery, Gregor's notes mention a vulgar aroma, but Czech grad students swear the stewed peas cured his bronchitis. A wheelbarrow overflows with carnivorous sundews. Their tentacles glisten under grow lights. You lean closer, one snaps at your nose like a flea-sized Venus flytrap. Overachiever, you mutter. The humidity flushes your cheeks. The greenhouse, now a lung demanding to be breathed deeply, completely, obsessively. Lichen creeps across heating pipes, its growth patterns mirroring subway maps of cities that drowned centuries ago. You trace a radial line labeled Atlantis Central, knowing full well lichen can't write. Or can't they? That seminar in Reykjavik never did settle the fungal literacy debate. Moonflowers coil around a rusted weather vane, their buds puckered like lips, awaiting a kiss. At dusk, they'll croon arias only castrati could, hit the high C sharp enough to slice silence. You check your watch, 3 hours till showtime. The nearest bench beckons, its slats sprouting oyster, mushrooms that puff sleep-inducing spores with every sigh. Your thumb finds a groove in the trowel's handle worn smooth by hands that planted, then vanished. The rust flakes off in braille flecks, a message too gritty to decipher. Outside, the herbarium gates creak, ivy resetting itself into new glyphs. But here, the world stays womb warm. Starch turns to sugar in bromeliad hearts, your own pulse slowing to chloroplast cadence. A fern unfurls its final frond, the sound like a parachute silk in reverse. You count the spirals, 21 Fibonacci's ghost nodding approval. Somewhere, a seed pod bursts its pop smothered by moss. The greenhouse holds the echo, lets it ripen, releases it as a yawn. When you exit, the trowel has vanished, Only its silhouette rusts into the floorboards. Tomorrow, it'll reappear beneath the same fern blade duller, handle gnawed anew. You inhale the final lungful of stolen summer. Exhale frost flowers on the door's glass. Behind you, vines rewrite their lullaby, ink of sap on parchment of fog. You press a jasmine sprig between pages numbered CCCXLI. The paper smells of vanillin and long-ironed linen. 17th century perfumers tucked these blossoms into mourning rings. Their scent meant to mask graveyard miasma. The tome groans shut its brass clasp, clicking like an arthritic knee. Someone's pressed a forget-me-not. Here, its petals bleached to whispers by decades of sunlight. Your shadow stretches across floorboards, warped into tidal patterns, each not an island in a maple sea. Historians still argue whether medieval scribes used herbal inks to stay awake, or just really liked green margins. A draft stirs the dust, particles swirl into constellations your junior astronomy class never covered. That one shaped like a teapot winks at you, or maybe it's the sleep deprivation. The door creaks, its iron latch lingers, ajar despite the weight of oak. You step into a corridor where gas lamps flicker, modern bulbs masquerading as whale oil flames. A placard mentions the Black Death, claims rosemary bundles were burned to purify air. Privately, you suspect it just made plague doctors smell fancier. Your thumbnail grazes a wasp's nest, encased in amber, eternal takeout order from the Cretaceous period. 16th century alchemists swore these inclusions could predict storms, assuming you didn't melt them first. The resin warms under your touch like holding a sunbeam that forgot to evaporate. Cobwebs drape a taxidermy dormouse, its tiny paws clutch an acorn older than your great-grandmother. Glass eyes follow your retreat, or maybe they're just jaundiced by age. You pass a vitrine of quill pens, nibs stained with oak gall ink and regret. One bears teeth, marks from a scribe who clearly failed calligraphy class. Moonlight bleeds through skylight's pools around a wonder cabinet filled with bottled mermaids and three-tailed newts. A label claims they're genuine Venusian specimens. No refunds. Your reflection stretches across the glass, pupils dilated from staring at too much parchment. The exit looms, a rectangle of bluish dark, framed by creeping ivy. You glance back. The herbarium exhales cinnamon and loam through its rafters. Some say archive buildings breathe with the seasons. Contractors say it's faulty HVAC. Your hand hesitates on the latch. Cold iron imprints its teeth into your palm. When you step through, the door shuts with a sigh deeper than metaphysics. But the latch remains open by half an inch, an invitation for moths, starlight, or whatever comes wandering after hours. Your last glimpse shows pressed flowers stirring in their glass coffins, turning toward the keyhole's sly invitation. You press a jasmine sprig between pages marked 343. The paper holds vanillin's faint sweetness. Linen, pressed smooth, by forgotten hands. Centuries past, perfumers slipped blooms into mourning bands, their fragrance meant to veil graveyard air. The leather-bound book groans shut, its clasp whispers like tired bones. Someone's pressed a forget-me-not here, petals faded to mere whispers under endless sun. Your shadow stretches, floorboards ripple like tidal shores, each knot an island adrift in amber wood. Scholars debate whether old-time writers brewed herb tonic inks or simply treasured green-tinged pages. A breeze lifts dust, flecks spiral into star patterns, unseen by any telescope. One swaying like a teapot nods your way, or perhaps the hour has grown too late. The door sighs open, iron latch clinging loose. Oaks wait, no match for time. You enter a hall where lamps flicker, electric flames disguised as old whale light. A sign whispers of the great plague, rosemary smoke, once meant to chase away sickness. Perhaps it simply left healers smelling of forest walks. Your thumb brushes amber trapping a wasp's nest, a Cretaceous snack preserved mid-bite. Olden alchemists claimed such stones foretold tempests. If fire didn't claim them first, the resin glows faintly, a captured sunbeam lingering against your skin. Silken webs cloak a dormouse, tiny paws gripping an acorn from generations past. Glass eyes seem to trace your steps, or merely yellowed with decades' dust. You pass quills under glass, tips stained dark with ink, and perhaps old sorrows. One shows bite marks, some long ago student's frustration pressed into feather. Moonlight spills through glass, glowing around a cabinet of wonders, jarred mermaids, newts with tripled tails. A label insists they're true Venusian finds, your mirrored eyes wide from parchment gazing. The exit waits, ivy-framed shadows. You pause, the hall breathes out spice and earth, a quiet sigh through ancient beams. Some claim old walls sigh with the year's turn, others blame drafty ducts. Your palm meets cold iron, its bite gentle against your skin. When you step out, the door hushes close, yet the latch stays barely parted. A space for moth wings or starlight seeking company. Behind glass, pressed blooms shift softly, reaching toward moonlight's faint call.